Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make that first call for juniors. First call for juniors to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Streak to 3 and 4. That is Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Streak to 3 and 4. And that, of course, means Pro Bracket. You are on standby. Before we get underway as we get underway for the first round of Peter Industries Junior Street, I want to give a big thank you to JBS Equipment for their generous support of Mission Raceway. Known for building tough, reliable agricultural machinery right here in BC, JBS brings the same dedication to performance and innovation that fuels the racing world. We're proud to have a company that supports hard-working communities on the farm and at the track. So thank you to JBS for backing local motorsports, as they are the proud sponsors of the JBS Equipment ET Series. Today's doubleheader will be kicked off by Lyndon Reynolds with their first ever race, with the 1998 Acura. For second-gen racing and Hoosier Tire, going up alongside a Ford pickup to kick off Junior Street qualifying. The truck going to go 1091 to 65 miles an hour, while Reynolds goes 1150 with a 1 at 63. Josephine Smith and David Stobie, the next two up. An 097 on the tree for Josephine Smith puts her at the number 1 qualifying spot with a 974 at 73 miles an hour. Stobie goes 942 at 76. Bring up Tara Monroe with the A&M Marketing Group Chevy pickup alongside the Malibu wagon on the far side. With the S10 Blaze on the far side. Tara Monroe quickly goes to number 1 with a 038. The wagon going to go 932 at 61 miles an hour, while Monroe goes 1110 at 63. And now it's two-time champion Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith graduated to the big cars this season as well, made his debut at Door Wars, went a couple rounds over at Door Wars in the non-electronics category. He runs alongside one of the lone Nissans in the field. Well, Tyler trying to knock the tree down goes 004, but it's red. Just missing out on that perfect light. Follows it up with a 1081 to 65 miles an hour. His opponent 1002 at 69. James McNeil now bringing up the Mighty Titan. The defending Race of Champions winner for Junior Street alongside the Northwest, with the Northwestern Wally winner and a 2-time Door Wars finalist for McNeil. Going up alongside yet another pickup on the far side. Bit late on the tree for McNeil, needs to do better than .49. His opponent going 1031 to 69 miles an hour. McNeil on the TCS lane goes 1023 at 68. That brings up Sophia Getz and Jenna Monroe. Getz running the Ford F-250 out of Kamloops alongside the A&M Marketing Winter Harbor Marina and RV 1984 Blazer. There's all the smoke out of the diesel header as Getz going to go 922 at 83 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe 1101 at 61. Stacked junior street field here this afternoon, as we're looking to be fielding about 15 cars this afternoon. David Stobie up next, running the 1997 Camaro for Stobie Excavating. And quickly, the driver on the right lands in the number one qualifying spot with a 002 light on the afternoon. It's a tough light to beat in any category, especially so in Junior Street. 998, 71 miles an hour for Stobie. His opponent, 1103 at 62. That'll leave one final car coming on up for a single. .61 miles an hour with an 11:29 in the Lordco lane. That will wrap up first and sole round of qualifying for Junior Street. We'll get set to roll into Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, motorcycle riders, we need you to the back of the tower for a quick riders meeting. Motorcycle riders, you have your meeting at the back of the tower in 5 minutes. Motorcycle riders, please start making your way on down. You got your riders meeting in 5 minutes. First pair of drivers up. First pair away, it'll be an 890 with a Ford, 73 miles an hour, alongside an 1198 at 53. We'll bring, I believe that to be Alex Green here, tower side of the racetrack. Alongside good old 007 over on the far side.
just missing out on the provisional number 1 spot with the .15 on the tree. Goes 897, 73 miles an hour. His opponent going to go 1386 at 45. Yet another of the Green Brothers Racing crew. Both cars expected to dial in and around the 890 mark. Nate Green, the next one coming up over here, tower side. Alongside one of the Armstrongs on the far lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we need you to the lanes. Pro bracket to the lanes. And we're going to put Sportsman on standby. Green goes 887, 71 miles an hour. Armstrong 1182 at 53. So far, Armstrong with the number 1 qualifier at 045 down on the tree. And now it's Jack Green. Jack Green facing off against Hunter Thompson for JBS equipment. Hunter Thompson going to go 897, 73 miles an hour. Jack Green goes 1183 at 53. Ashton Katnick brings it up next with Lorco Auto Parts and TK Performance. He faces off against Hunter Gallant from Milron Truck and Body, Lorco Auto Parts, and BDL Auto. Number 3 for Katnick on the boards. As he'll go 889, 72 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant 885 at 74. We'll bring out Nash Gallant, the Milron Truck and Body, Lorco Auto Parts, and BDL Auto Junior Dragster from 2000.
squaring off once again. Full day ahead of us with the double header, with some classes anticipated to even start qualifying before we are even out of the finals in others. How about Nash's opponent going to number 1 with an 0.19 on the tree? Gallant goes 11.98, 52 miles an hour. His opponent, 14.07 at 43. Pearson Moss brings up the new excavation civil construction machine over here. Expected to dial around 1190 come eliminations later on this morning. Going up against Dallas Jackson on the far side. Pearson Moss will get there first with a 12.02 at 52 miles an hour. His opponent going to go 14.19 at 44. Now we'll bring up Grayson Moss and Wesley Armstrong. Owen Armstrong, of course, already qualifying earlier on. The new elevation civil construction machine brings it up over here to our side against the Fountain Tire, Badass Garage, and Lord Kawada Parts machine over on the far side. Grayson Moss, 901, 73 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong, 947 at 68. Full 16-car field for Junior Thunder, which will take us into Junior Lightning, where Connor Jackson brings up the TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil and Rodrigue Family Racing Junior Dragster alongside Abigail White for White Lightning Racing, Lord Kawada Parts, Walco TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer.
goes 009 red on the tree. Abigail White goes 784, 83 miles an hour. Jackson follows up with a 789 at 81. Next pairing up, we're going to bring up Bentley Johnson for Rodrigue Family Racing. Bentley facing off against Isabella Marshall for Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. And 2 respectively in qualifying so far in Junior Lightning. Johnson goes 8 seconds with a 7 at 83 miles an hour. Marshall 794 at 83. So the next pairing, Adam Katnick for Lord Auto Parts and TK Performance. Katnick this time around will go up against April Bond for JBS Equipment. Feathering going on down there, but April Bond going to go straight to number 1, 002. Best light of the day so far out of anybody by only 1/10,000 of a second. She'll go 791, 81 miles an hour. Adam Katnick, 784 at 80 miles an hour, dead on after getting 030 on the tree. Next up, it's Emily White. With Emily White squaring off against McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment. While Emily White's pre-staged and ready to go, just waiting on McKenna Thompson to bump in. Red light for Emily White. McKenna Thompson going to go down and put down an 8-second run at 81 miles an hour. White, 903. At 70.
So Mike got one or two more still waiting around the tower. Right now under the bridge is Nick Bond for JBS equipment. Nick Bond, a multi-time winner and champion here in Junior Lightning. Defending winner from the Just Mechanical Sunset Showdown series from last night. Looking like Nick Bond going to be up on a single here. Which would put us to 9 in the field for Junior Lightning. Looking like it'll be a 10-car field total. Jack Bond into the number 2 spot. 792, 81 miles an hour for Nick Bond. And that leaves one more. Adeline Duda will be the last one up in Junior Lightning for KJL Holdings, Performance World and Eldorado. Adeline Duda's car losing a bit of life in it right before the 8th mile mark. Goes 908 at only 48 miles an hour. Definitely not representative of what that car is capable of doing. Well, that'll wrap up junior qualifying for race 11 this afternoon. And we will now roll into National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Grit matters on the street and on the strip. National Tire Wholesale delivers the top brands right when you need them. Whether you're a shop owner, racer, or weekend warrior, National Tire Wholesale has the tires to keep you moving fast and safe. National Tire Wholesale, trusted by pros, built for performance. Find a dealer near you or visit ntw.com. First pair around the corner. It'll be a Camaro. I believe a Dart. Washington, one of the newer racers here at Mission Raceway Park. Squaring off against the Camaro. That Camaro will get there first. 0:15 will be the benchmark reaction time to beat. He'll go 11:37 at $1.18, while Imthern goes 11:43 at 128. Now it's John McLean with the Ford Falcon from 1969 against the Just Mechanical ANA 1963 Pontiac of Ray Bollinger. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes for your round of qualifying. Sportsmen to the lanes for your lone qualifying round. And stand by for Super Pro. McLean goes 10.99, 120 miles an hour. Bollinger 10.63 at 123. We'll bring up Brendan Piskachek for the Buick Racing and Motor Canada Thomas Ford Mustang. BG Wagonmaster, Lore Quad Parts, and Mopax Dodge Dart. Stone with an 0.43 out in front, goes 10.17 at 130. Piskachek 13.07 at 102. Now it's the junkyard dog, Ralph Ehlers, running that Mustang Fox body, going up against Mike Render with his S10. Render 10.85, 120 miles an hour. Ehlers 10.82 at 123. Next up, it's Steve Watkins from Hillsboro, Oregon. Running the 5-liter Ford Mustang. Pickup on the far side, missing out on number 1 by just 4 thou. Goes 0.19 on the tree, 10.22. 130 miles an hour. Watkins. Actually, sorry, Steve Watkins is going to go to number 1 with an 0.10 on the tree at 12.12, 117 miles an hour. Mal Patterson will be up next with the malfunction Acadia for Albion Tireland, Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care. Running the 427 cubic inch big block Chevy motor, going up against Ross Walker with the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Patterson to number 1, 005 on the tree. Ross Walker right in hot pursuit. Patterson gets there first, 10.15 at 131 miles an hour. Ross Walker going 10.11 at 130. Up next, it's Rob Monroe Jr. and his Acadian on the Lorco side. TCS side, it's going to be the Lost in Time machine. Monroe Jr. going 10.43, 126 miles an hour. The Lost in Time going to go 10.44 to $1.28. Well, we have one 5-liter Mustang. Get ready for another. This one driven by Steve Baskerville. Going up, I believe that is Kevin McCulley on the far side. Boy, Baskerville really trying to tear the tree down. Trip, zip, but it's red because he's got a 6 on the end of it. His opponent, 1042 at a $128. Baskerville, 1229 at 117. Daryl Tippy now over on the far side, brings up the Chevy 2, running against a Malibu here in the left lane. Bit of start line maintenance going on in the TCS lane. Daryl Tippy way out in front with an 041, going to go 1057 at a $125. Left lane, going to go 1251 at 105 in the Malibu. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Sportsman, sportsman, final call for sportsman. Sportsman, this is your final call. Final call for sportsman. Next one, I'm going to go 1041 to the $126. Terry Hookston's on the right lane, goes 1206 at 110. Well, looks like the 330-foot sensor on the TCS lane went down, so we're going to send track crews out to quickly fix that up, and then we'll be back to running here shortly. Need your ride to shift gears like a champion? Turn to TCS Performance Products in Langley, your go-to source for high-performance transmission parts. With over 50 years in the game, TCS delivers precision engineered components for GM, Ford, and Mopar vehicles. From billet shafts and drums to torque converters and CNC machining, TCS has you covered. Whether you're into drag racing, towing, or off-roading, their products are built to handle extreme gas and diesel applications. Visit TCS Performance Products at 6217 205th Street in Langley. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Call 1-800-960-1177. Once again, that is 1-800-960-1177. Or shop online at tcsproducts.com. TCS Performance Products, where precision meets performance. Once again, welcome along to Mission Raceway Park, whether you're here racing or watching with us in person, or one of these 73 people watching online at MRP Lordco TV from across the world. We welcome you to our race 11 and 12 doubleheader here this afternoon. We are in our one and only qualifying round of National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Just fixing a botched sensor, and then we'll be back up and running again momentarily. Looking like the crews are starting to move away. So it sounds like the sensor has been repaired, which means cars are about to fire up and get back to racing. So the two cars waiting back here, Craig Johnson and Nick Douglas. Craig Johnson running the Johnson's Customs Exhaust BC Scale Malibu Wagon, while Douglas, the 2023 Sportsman Champion and a two-time champion of the category, goes up with his Dodge Charger on the far side. Craig Johnson, the heavy hitter, goes 005 right on the tree, while Nick Douglas 081. Johnson goes 1049 at the buck 22. Douglas 1240 at 109. So far, Mal Patterson still stands with his #1 qualifying run of a 005. Matt Warner and John DeBack, seeing if one of them can beat him. The Plymouth versus the Radtorque Systems S10. Matt Warner looking to get there first, but he gets there second. 1048, 124 miles an hour for Warner. Tabak going to go 1046 at 127. Now it's Jeff Nyland running the Bourbon J&K Speed Shop. Curtis Tire 1985 Chevy S10 coming out from Chilliwack, racing Rob Getz with his diesel 4 pickup. That's the one Sophia Getz is running. Jeff Nyland, 1154, 116 miles an hour. Getz goes 1165 at a buck 21. Now here's one I haven't seen all year. Robin Bond bringing up the 1990 Acura with the PFT Integra AWD and that's an all-wheel drive and turbocharged vehicle. Going up against Loren Schwartz with titanium. Well, Robin Bond, that car makes a lot of noise, but Loren Schwartz has her nailed on the tree. 1017 at the buck 31 to Bond's 1135 at 76. Walter Johnson up next. Quickly taking off down Broadway, Walter Johnson. Gonna go 12:53 at 70 miles an hour. His opponent 12:41 at 107. And that will leave just one more in National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket. That lone contender being Andy Klosky for Lorco Auto Parts Design Flooring, and Jim Albolek, an ENT, going up with the 1970s Dodge Dart. This will close up Pro bracket, and we will roll in to Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Want your ride to stand out at the track or anywhere? Trust Vancouver Car Wraps. The pros behind BC's boldest vehicles, from race cars to fleet wraps, they turn plain into powerful. Custom colors, sharp graphics, and flawless installs. Vancouver Car Wraps, where style meets speed. Visit vancouvercarwraps.ca and make your statement loud and clear. Attention in the pits, Super Pro to the lanes. That is Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Stand by for motorcycles. Klosky goes 11:09 at $1.17, leaving Mal Patterson as the #1 qualifier. Steve Watkins and Jeff Nyland close out the top 3 in Pro bracket. So first pairing up, it'll be Haley Christensen running the Chaotic Custom C10. I always love seeing that old pickup out here to party. So next up, we'll bring up the Broadway Dart and Sylvia Hookstons. Hookstons running the 1966 Ford Mustang against the Dart. Hookstons 12:04, 110 miles an hour. And the 618 going to go 12:21 at 108 miles an hour. Next up, Joel Smith and Kevin McCauley. Smith running the Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Transmissions Chevy pickup. Oh, trips in with a 9, but it's red. Kevin McCauley for the BDL Automotive Malibu. Taking off down track. McCauley going to go 12:58 at 104. Joel Smith 15:06 at 91. Been an interesting day so far for the Trip Zips. We've had like 4 of them, but all of them have been off of a red light by the 10,000th digit. Not something too commonly seen. We're going to bring up Mitch in the Falcon against Veronica Hodgson for the Lorco Auto Parts Dart. Hodgson 1190, 109 miles an hour. Mitch 1394 at 97. Next up, it's Roland Lowen. The Lorco Auto Parts Meteor going up against Kaylin Bollinger. Happy birthday to the driver of the Chevy Nova, turning 30 this weekend. Junior Rookie of the Year, all the way back from 2006. She joins us once again out of Coquitlam. And that beautiful Meteor out in front with an 017 on the tree. Going to go to the number 1 qualifying spot. Just a reminder to all racers as well, make sure your wheel wells and wheels have been cleared of debris when you're going up to the starting line. We've had to slow things down a few times to clean up some rocks on the starting line. Make sure your wheel wells and your wheels themselves are clear of debris when you come up to the starting line. Dan Piskachek, 1440, 97 miles an hour. The car to his right, going to go 1962 at 89. Up next, it's Craig Johnson's sister car, being driven by someone else in the Cutlass. A huge red light on the car in the right lane, obviously lurched through the beams right when they started the trip. Well, 007 lights, but it's red for the pickup. Steve Watkins out of Hillsboro, Oregon. Double class in it, pro and sporting. Going to go 1217 at 116 miles an hour. The truck. Going to go 1284, 101. Well, two modern muscle cars here. Mustang facing off against the Challenger, and wow, that one's going to go the way of Steve Baskerville in the Mustang. Oh, maybe not. The Challenger chase him, but not going to get there. Baskerville 1254 at 115. The Challenger 1269 at 110. Now it's Nick Douglas in his own Charger, going up against the TNT Auto Parts Chevy Malibu, driven by Bill Wells. Well, Bill Wells wants to go. Waiting for Nick Douglas to bump in there. Two red lights and separated by only 2/10,000ths on that department. Bill Wells going to get there first with an 11:55 at 113 miles an hour. Well, Douglas goes 12:42 at 109. Next up, it's the Ground Pounders Racing Goody Auto Parts Falcon going up against Rob Getz with his Ford F-150. Getz goes 12:75 at 119. And the Ground Pounders Racing Falcon going to go 16:18 at 84. Next up, it's Jessica Armstrong, back up for a rerun after she unfortunately found herself caught out by an accidentally set 8th mile tree earlier on. And that will set us up for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Power, precision, performance. That's what drives Rad Torque Systems, a BC company trusted worldwide for torque tools that never quit. From pit crews to heavy industry, Rad delivers the muscle behind the machines. Rad Torque Systems, proudly Canadian and globally respected. See the tech behind the torque at radtorque.com. Plenty of Super Pro cars behind the corners, and everyone is out to party. Before we get to that, we're going to let Haley Christensen take a rerun. She was the other driver that got caught out by the 8th mile run, so she's going to get to make her full quarter pass. Well, that didn't sound healthy. Haley Christensen kind of fed in the throttle and then just letting the truck cruise out to the top end. So Jessica Armstrong going to be the #1 qualifier off of the rerun with a 003 light. How about that? There we go. See, some things just happen to work out. Brad Vinci brings up the BNC Racing Chevrolet, squaring off against Colton Morin with the dragster as we enter Super Pro. .013 to an .015 light as Colton Morin going to go 830 at 150 miles an hour. Brad Vinci 1017 at 148 for the opening pass of Super Pro. That'll bring up Adam DeYoung with the Artex Racing Camaro against Steve Thorne in the Plymouth. Tree for Adam DeYoung as he takes off towards the top end of the racetrack and the door slammer. DeYoung goes 836 at a $160 on the mile an hour counter. Thorne 920 at 153. Up next, Kevin Minnicko with the Rad Torque Systems machine against Dave Stovey in the Ebbets Holding Corvette. McNichol goes 10:15 at 132 miles an hour. Dave Stovey goes 10:63 at $120. Now we'll bring up Justin Bond. Run to the Pontiac GTO. He squares off against Robinson in the Roadster. Sorry, no, that's Ted Buss in the Roadster. Well, 774 to 175 miles an hour. Ted Bus goes 906 at 143. We'll bring up an altered. This one going up against the dragster. Down the dragster. It's not going to happen. The dragster goes 748 at 180 miles an hour, while his opponent goes 894 to 164. Well, the dragster on the far side going to go 899 to the 148 miles an hour. The opponent going to go 1075 at $122. We'll bring up Martin Rochelle and John Jenkins. Motorcycles and Hot Rod to the lanes. That is Motorcycles and Hot Rod. We need you both to the lanes. Motorcycles and Hot Rod to the lanes. Martin Rochelle goes 1024, 127 miles an hour. Jenkins 1044 at 126. We'll bring up Warren Jacobson now against Dan Parsons. Try to hit the 1090 Super Street Index. 1080 to a 1091 at the 140 and the 130 miles an hour respectively. Which brings up Stephen Robert with the Evil Bucket Roadster, thanking Gary, his right-hand man. Going up against Kevin Garlaw with the Straight Line Race Cars Royal Bank Visa 1971 Camaro. The Roadster way out in front, going to go 910 to the $144. Garlock 893 at 153 miles an hour. Up next, it's John DeBack and Steve Robinson. Back at Robinson running down track as Robinson goes 919 at 141 miles an hour. John DeBack going to go 1048 at 126 with an 020 light.
started up by Mike Stewart. Try as he may, no match with the dragster on the far side. 790 at 166 miles an hour for the dragster, while Stewart goes 10-15 at 120. Now it's Shailen Svetic bringing up the Italian Motors Kart Racing Titanium Auto Group, Innovative MFG bumper-o-bumper, Coastal Equipment, and SIA Abrasives front engine dragster, going up against Emily Gerard with the Shear Solutions Just Mechanical Undercover dragster. Sported 582 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor on the far side. Go the way of the rear engine dragster as Emily Gerard goes 746 to 179. Svetic 938 at $135. For the next pair, it's Daryl Tippy and Steve McKenzie. Chevy 2 versus Chevelle. Once again, we have made the call for motorcycles and hot rod to come down to the lanes. Motorcycles and hot rod, we are both waiting on you for your one qualifying. Daryl Tippy goes 1061 at 125 miles an hour on the left lane. Right lane of McKenzie goes 1042 at 126. Now it's Andy Hatton. Hatton running the Grinch for Bubba Speed Shop. And Derek Shirk running the 598 cubic inch big block Chevy Camaro against Jason Gibson in the 1991 Mustang Fox Body. Hampton goes 838 at 159 miles an hour. Gibson 971 at 137. Now it's Lorenz Schwartz with the Titanium Auto Group Chevy Monte Carlo. He goes up against Jan Christensen. Well, Christian gets there first, 863 at 156 miles an hour. Schwartz 1017 at $131. And now it's Curtis Stone. Stone will look to go up against Jim Banky. Running the 1967 Plymouth for Rad Torque Systems, not running the wheel standing Barracuda like he normally does. Stone going to go 10-20 at 130 miles an hour. Jim Banky going to go 15-17 at 90 miles an hour. Not quick enough for the Super Pro category. Of course, apparently that was a Sportsman rerun. We'll bring up Craig Johnson now, one of the last cars. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need door slammers to, sorry, not to the lanes. Not to the lanes. Door slammers on standby. Door slammers, this is your standby call. Door slammers, again, standby. Stand by for door slammers.
So we'll roll into Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles from 4 wheels down to 2. Tom Turan brings it up first with the Electro Motors Kraken. The GSXR will go up against Anna Donaldson. The 2007 Yamaha. Mounting San Antonio for personal real estate. John King, Derek Shirk. And well, Anna Donaldson to the number 1 qualifying spot with a 002 on the tree. Tom Turan 870 at 154 miles an hour. Donaldson 1152 at 125. Bring up the Black Lightning Hayabusa of Corey Craig. Corey Craig facing off against Dwayne Stevens. Corey Craig taking his first win of his career here at Mission Raceway Park just last year. Corey Craig, 793 at 168 miles an hour. Stevens, 966 at $149. Robert Domjan brings up the 2022 Hayabusa. This will be a single pass on the far side. Domjan goes 1058 at 138 miles an hour. There's nothing like the open road and no better way to ride it than on a Harley. At Mountain View Harley-Davidson, you'll find bikes built for freedom and backed by a team that rides like you do. Sales, service, gear, and that legendary Harley attitude. Mountain View Harley-Davidson. Ride free, ride local. Check out the latest lineup in Chilliwack or visit mountainviewharleydavidson.com. We'll bring up Wild Bill of Wild Racing with the 1985 Kawasaki. Red light for Wild Bill. He'll take that one to the top end of the racetrack. Goes 9-10 at 141 miles an hour. Which will bring up Daryl Storzuk with the Leap Pro Suzuki. Attention in the pits, attention into the pits. Door slammers to the lanes. Door slammers need you to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to 5 and 6. Overflow into 5 and 6. Door slammers to the lanes. Storzak goes 848 at 150 miles an hour. The right lane goes 940 at 137. And that looks like might wrap up Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle qualifying. We'll get set to roll to Old Car Center Hot Rod. Restoring a classic, building your dream hot rod, the Old Car Center in Langley has everything you need, from vintage parts to hard-to-find trim. Real parts and real passion for real car people. The Old Car Center, where classics live on. Visit them in Langley or at oldcarcenter.com. One more rerun in the sportsman category. Travis Freeze brings up the 2003 Cadillac. Cadillac for Buick Racing, Evans Excavated, and Skyhawk Services out of Abbotsford. And the Cadillac goes 1564 at 90 miles an hour. So first pairing up, an Old Car Center hot rod, Rob Monroe Jr. and Mike Stewart. Sorry, Rebecca Powell. Actually bringing it up over there on the far side. So the Winter Harbor Marina and RV 1969 Acadian goes up against the STR Race of an Outlaw Garage Customs 67 Nova. Gauntlet and hot rod with a 008 light. Robin Road Jr. going to go 1045 at $126. Powell 1045 at 128 miles an hour, getting there by 11th thou quicker than Junior. Rob Hodgson, the next one up. We're under the Plymouth Belvedere over here on the tower side. Going up against Barry Patterson in the Coronet. Hodgson goes 1067 at 123. Patterson 977 at 137. We'll bring up Sylvia Hookstons and Jamie Roth. The Ford Mustang going up against the Shin Kicker Racing Comet. Jamie Roth also a freaking runner in the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters category. Roth goes 1004, 134 miles an hour. Hookstons 1211 at 110. Terry Hookstons and John Sayer, the next pair down track. John Sayer gets there first by 3,034 on the tree. He'll go 1208 at 111 miles an hour. Terry Hookstons 1201 at 110. Now it's Roland Lowen with the Lorco Auto Parts Meteor out of Aldergrove, going up against Lorne Dufour with the Do-For-You Auto Body and Done Right Performance Model T Roadster from 1923. The alternate going 803, 162 miles an hour, rolling low with a trip zip 8, but red goes 1305 at 100 miles an hour. Back to motorcycles for a moment as we got ourselves a late addition here. Steve Abusini will bring his machine back to bear. Steve getting a bit more grip on the back wheel than I think he was expecting. Rides through it, goes 806 at 173 miles an hour. And that will shut things down for just a moment as we are getting set for Winter Harbor, not Winter Harbor Marine and RV. That is going to be Associated Tire and Auto, Canada West Door Slammers, coming on up for their third and final qualifier. Well, that was a quick down period. As we enter Door Slammer qualifier, Rod Leclerc currently with the #1 qualifying spot, a 677 with a 5 at 202 miles an hour. Best reaction time so far on the afternoon, looking like it came from Devin Jansen with a 008, followed closely by Mike Bedsworth with a 009. Bedsworth currently sits at #4. Now here's one thing I didn't expect to see. Rob Monroe Sr. attempted to qualify into the Door Slammer field. Normally runs that car in Pro Bracket and Hot Rod. First time I think I've ever seen the White Knuckle Racing Model A here in Door Slammer qualifying. Currently not in the show. Needs to find 200s if he wants to get himself in. Currently sits with an 872 with a 6. He needs to have at least an 870.
Well, it looked like it left well. So we'll know very soon. Rob Monroe,
in.
nice job, sir. I was talking to him last night, and, you know, blower cars struggle in the heat. They're going to feel the heat more than a naturally aspirated combo. And so, yeah, it had run 50s and 60s right up until last night while he was trying to qualify. Then it wanted to go 70s. So good deal for Rob Monroe. Gets in the show.
He even got off of the bottom spot in the qualifying order. Surpassed Devin Jansen and Darren Buick with that run. Great pass there from Senior. And we'll bring up Kenworthy. Mike Kenworthy going to be running alongside your #2 qualifier, James Kennedy. Kennedy so far with a 703 at 196 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need McLeod clutches BC Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters to 1 and 2. Juniors, you are on standby. Kenworthy and Kennedy will be the next ones up. So far qualified, Kennedy trying to get the 7 so far to go into the 6-second bracket, 696 to 197 miles an hour, but not enough to catch Rod Leclerc's 677. And next up, it is Rod Leclerc, the 1967 Camaro, racing under the colors of Paradise Homes, Ken Specialty Auto, Joe Leclerc, Tommy, and Andy Leclerc. With his 67 Camaro, faces off against Kerry Young with the Young's Mechanical Chevy S10.
So Rod Leclerc's got the Camaro figured out. Currently #1 qualifier with a 677 with a 5. He also had a 677 with a 6 for his second run last night. So, hey, listen up, junior drivers. Attention in the pits. Junior drivers, you have a meeting at noon, high noon, over at Shelley's Pit. Or I guess that's junior street drivers specifically. Junior street, all juniors. Okay, all juniors, you have a meeting at noon. Rod Leclerc, 022 up front, and how about 674? He improves over yesterday's twin 677s to maintain the top spot. And Kerry Young goes 873, 150 miles per hour.
So Ken Christensen and Mike Bedsworth, the next two up. Ken Christensen running as of right now down to the number 19 qualifying spot. Bedsworth off and away with a 005 with a 40 light. I believe that's be the best one in the qualifier so far. He'll go 711, which does improve his run. I believe Ken Christensen will go 833, and that should improve his run as well.
So now Devin Jansen and Paul Stretch. Paul Stretch currently sitting number 6. Paul Stretch over there in the right lane with a 730. Devin Jansen in the Black Nova over here tower side is holding down the anchor spot on this ladder with an 868. They've actually got 2 Paul Stretch just going to drive away. Goes 728, 190 miles an hour, so that's an improvement of about 1/100 for Paul Stretch. And an 866 for Devin Jansen. Both cars improved. So this weekend's Door Slammers event brought to us by TCS Transmission Products. TCS, also the name holder of the left lane, the TCS lane here at Mission Raceway Park. TCS, longtime company located in Langley. TCS continues to be the first choice torque converter for many drag racing, performance, diesel, towing, and off-road applications. With over 50 years of experience, TCS has the ability to build you the converter that fits your specific needs or repair and service your existing converter. TCS services all makes and brands of torque converters. So big shout out to TCS for bringing us this weekend's Door Slammers event. And now a couple of Novas. Well, one's actually a Canzo. So an Acadian over there on the right.
And Dale Jansen going to lift out of that run early on. Car started to walk towards the center line. Decided best to lift out of that one. I think he's already in the show, so nothing lost on this run. 48, 158 miles an hour for Russiani.
So that's his best number so far.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, actually it isn't. He was 48 with a 2 earlier. Now he's 48 with a 4.
At least he's consistent. That's
I would say he's ready to dial it up.
Oh, yeah.
Now Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Racing Engines. And Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems. So Robinson in the right lane. A little 1994 Beretta. And Brian Ritchie, his beautiful black 68 Chevelle Tower side. Robinson out in front goes 767. Brian Ritchie with a 787.
Grant Howell, the next one up with the gray-orange machine. He races against Chad Hops. Hops with the Aftermath Racing, Boulder Excavating, Comox Valley Excavating, Chevy S10. Right now, Hops sits number 16 on the qualifying order with Grant Howell at number 13, a 787 to an 812 with the 7 here this time by. Grant Howell right now 400ths behind Justin Bond, who sits number 12, trying to break into, or a bit further up into the top half of the qualifying sheets.
So Grant Howell kind of just rolled on up there and lit both bulbs. Cannot do that in Door Slammers. Of course, courtesy staging is always encouraged, but in some classes it's enforced, and Door Slammers would be one of those classes.
Is qualifying, so still looking to at least put down the quarter mile time. 7:73. He is going to improve up to number 12, overtaking Justin Bond. Chad Hops, meanwhile, goes 8:08.75. He will also improve, although he remains 16th. Otto Schulte, the next one up. With his Cavalier, he goes up against Darren Buick. Buick right now bottom of the charts with an 868. Otto Schulte right now sits number 9, trying to improve within the top 10 in qualifying. As Schulte goes 763 with a 5. He's going to improve up to 8th, while Darren Buick gets off of the bottom spot. He'll go into 26th, bumping Devin Jansen now down onto the back. Dale Grasdale, the next one up. Grasdale right now sitting 3rd with a 708 with a 7. Now the first driver outside of the 6-second bracket with only 2 drivers, James Kennedy and Rod Leclerc, punching their way in. Jason Field to his right with the Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Financing, On Tap Racing 71. Men's Motorsports, Induction Solutions, TK Performance, 1971 Chevelle. Field trying to improve. Dale Grazio looking to break into the 6-second bracket. 7:07 in the run for Dale Grazio. He will go up in the times, but he'll remain third. Jason Field, though, punches into the top 5, and that was a good race as well. Got there by only 5/10 thousandths of a second at the top end. For the next one up, it's Howie Winkelhorst, one of the few drivers down towards the tail end with an 850 with a 0. To his right in the Lordco lane, it's Mark Thompson. Thompson currently sitting 7th. Thompson will remain in the number 7 spot, though he does improve on the time. Howie Winkelhorst will also improve, but he will move nowhere on the qualifying sheets.
It's now Paul Debris Jr. and Steve Lowe. So if there was a big wing contest, Paul Debris Jr. would have that baby wrapped up. Very cool looking 66 Valiant over here, tower side of the racetrack. Paul Debris Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake for Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Lake Trucking. His first Door Slammers win a number of weeks back. His 1992 Firebird, he goes 795, 173 miles an hour down the right lane. Paul Debris Jr., 853 to 156. Now, TLD, Terry Langdon Davies coming up. That beautiful black and purple Williams.
You talk about big wing contests and how Debris might have it wrapped up. Well, TLD might want to give him a run for his money, and he and Grant Howell, if they could team up, they could surpass him on that one.
Very true. So Brad Powell in the right lane. The 67 Chevelle. And 23 on the tree. Finish line, it is TLD there ahead. How about 817 and 161 miles an hour? Brad Powell, meanwhile, in the right lane, goes 846 at 158. Speaking of big wings, both of these cars would be contenders. Zach Joyce, Little Anglia. Man, is that thing noisy. And Henry Zacharias. The shutout to Derek Shirk. Zacharias in the 1953 Corvette you see over there in the right lane. That's all right. It all is good in qualifying. 771 gets there ahead of 762. That's all you need to know. We go from door slammers to super shifters.
We'll kick things off with Dale Posnick with the Mustang here out of Maple Ridge over on the tower side of the racetrack. Or super shifters, the only class where all four appendages are always in use. One arm on the wheel, one arm on the shifter, 1 foot on the clutch, one on the gas. Revving through the gears the entire way through. Dale Posnick going to go 10.53 at 130 miles an hour. His opponent going to go 10.56 at 129 to the top end of the racetrack, which will bring up Rich Graves with the lone El Camino in the field today out of Puyallup alongside Will Zorg out of Langley in the Bel Air.
Puyallup.
Puyallup?
Yes. I know that from, see, way back in the day before we had the internet. We simply had television, and then it was a matter of whether you used an antenna or whether you had cable vision. Well, for those that didn't have cable vision back in the day, I'm sure those of you that are old enough will remember this. Channel 2, Channel 6, Channel 8, and then Channel 12, KVOS out of Washington State. And I can remember being a kid and hearing all the local advertisements and so on and so forth. And that's why I know Puyallup, Washington. It should always be on the news. Hey, listen up in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need juniors to the lanes, please. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to Pro Bracket. But juniors, we need you now. Juniors, please start making your way to the staging lanes. Pro Bracket, get ready to go. So Will Zork with a pretty solid pass down the right lane. He was 0.18 and 11.04. Now Keith Armstrong, whoever's behind the wheel of this white Falcon tower side. Keith Armstrong, they're well ahead, 8:53, 157 miles an hour.
Now this is a nice looking car over here on the tower side.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about this car. So it's been around a while. To say that is an understatement. And actually, the last time Jim Van Cleve raced at Mission Raceway Park was at the old track in 1978. So it's been almost 50 years since he's been to Mission Raceway Park. So we welcome back. Good to see you.
Still got quite a bit of life in it as he'll take off with a red light, yes, but it is just qualifying. Goes 8.45 at 158 miles an hour. Pops the launch at the top end. Keith Winterbottom going to go 9.10 at 151.
And speaking of cool fair lanes, here comes Grant Clone. Well, Nolan, I'm going to leave you to it. I'll be back up here at some point to give you a little break.
Thanks, John. As Grant Clone brings out the A&A Performance chassis, 1967 Ford. The Fairlane going up against John DePork and his Camaro. Trying to take off after Clone, but Clone's got this one wrapped up as it'll go 860 with a 4, 154 miles an hour. John DePork going to go 10-10 to the buck 31. Hey, attention door slammers, attention door slammers. You have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at 11 o'clock. Door slammers, drivers meeting on Marcy's trailer at 11 o'clock. That is in 40 minutes. Dan Gray brings up the Great Performance Motorsports Ford pickup going up against Scott Winterbottom. As Scott Winterbottom goes down track with a 925 at 140 miles an hour. Dan Gray going to go 1169 to the buck 15. We'll bring up Jamie Roth. Has already qualified into the hot rod field earlier today. Now looking to re-qualify into McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. Will take off down track. And we'll close out the first round of qualifying with the 10:06 at 134 miles an hour. Once again, giving a shout out to TCS Transmission Products. TCS is your source for torque converters and transmission parts. They take pride in manufacturing an improved performance product for many racing, off-road, and diesel applications. Check out their website at www.tcsproducts.com to see a complete line of billet shafts, drums, and internal components that are designed to excel in all extreme gas or diesel applications. Or you can go there in person at 6217 205th Street in Langley. As well as that, I'd be remiss if I did not thank Titanium Auto Group for their continued support over here over the last couple of years here at Mission Raceway Park. Happy to have you on board, and we thank you for not only sharing our love for racing, but to help out grassroots motorsports over in British Columbia. As well as that, our right lane sponsor as well, Lordco Auto Parts. Whether you're flying up the family van or gearing up for a backroads camping trip, Lordco Auto Parts has your back all across BC and Alberta. With locations all over the province, it's easy to find the parts, gear, and advice you need wherever the road takes you. Lordco Auto Parts, trusted by BC drivers, workers, and weekend warriors for over 50 years. Visit your local store today or check out lordco.com. Round 1 eliminations, Junior Street, coming at you shortly. And by shortly, I mean now. Here they come, under the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Tyler Smith will bring it up first for the Zapstrap Racing Chevy pickup against Jenna Monroe, 1086 to an 1109. Monroe running for the A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV colors under the 1984 Blazer. A 14-car field this afternoon. And we'll start it off with a red light as Jenna Monroe turns it red. Tyler Smith with an easy win into round 2. Ain't that a 15-car field here in Junior Street? As we'll bring him Josephine Smith and James McNeil. The Zapstrap Racing Silverado dials at 977 against the Mighty Titan. Northwestern Wally winner and 2-time Door Wars finalist James McNeil in the 2013 Nissan pickup on the far side dials in at 1022. He'll move on as Josephine Smith is going to find herself with a red light to kick things off. Next up, it's Riker Towson with Ryan's Custom Concrete 1992 Ford F-150. Dials in at 1031. We'll be leaving first ahead of Shelby McNeil with the 2010 Nissan dialed in at 10 seconds. First elimination pass of the day where both drivers get away on green lights. And Towson going to take that one. Shelby McNeil got there first, but goes under in the process. So Towson moves on into the next round. Up next, it's David Stobie and Lyndon Reynolds. Stobie running the Stobie Excavating 1997 Camaro. Reynolds running her first ever race in the Acura for second-gen racing in Hoosier Tire. Dials in 1130. And she's going to turn it red in her first ever race. Unfortunate way to go out for Lyndon Reynolds, but hey, there's always more down the line. David Stobie moves into the next round. So here comes Josh Klosky and Jack Johnston. The design for him, Bailey Boys Racing and Rose 1990 S10. Dials in 9 seconds. Will be leaving almost 2 seconds later than Jack Johnson for the Investors Group Chevy pickup, who dials in at 1095. Two green lights. As Klosky going to go to the top end and goes 9:17 at 68. Jack Johnston will be moved out as a result. We'll bring up Cash, running the 1986 Mustang. Dials in 1128 to Tara Monroe for the A&M Marketing Group 1997 Chevy pickup. That dials in at 1120. Not a lot separating this pairing on the tree this time. Tara Monroe takes out Cash, and the A&M Marketing Group Chevy pickup moves into the next round. We'll bring up the Chevy Camaro against Sophia Getz, a 983 to a 940. And the Camaro going to be moving on as Sophia Getz got there first, but went under in doing so. And we'll close things out with Jackson Dew, who has the bye as the #1 qualifier with a 002 light. So our round 2 of eliminations will feature Jackson Dew versus James McNeil, Riker Taus versus Josh Klosky, the Camaro versus David Stobie, and Tara Monroe versus Tyler Smith. So we'll roll into Junior Thunder, where Alex and Nate Green will kick things off. So family feud to start this one, as both cars run to the True North Mechanical and Lorca Auto Parts Green Brothers Racing banners. Both cars dialed at 890. This is about as heads-up of a heads-up race that you could get. Identical cars, identical colors on them. Both drivers from the same family, same dial-in. This is going to be a real good race. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Once again, door slammers, you have your drivers meeting at Marcy's trailer at 11 a.m. That is in 25 minutes. Door slammers. Marcy's trailer at 11 a.m. Well, it was looking to be a good run. And unfortunately, he goes red. Alex Green moving on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro bracket, we need pro bracket to the lanes. Pro bracket to the lanes. That is pro bracket to the lanes for first round of eliminations. And stand by for sportsmen. We'll bring up Wesley Armstrong and Jackson White. Jackson White turns on the red light. Wesley Armstrong going to move on into the next round, and we'll face off against Alex Green on the next pass. Perfect 16-car field this afternoon. Ashton Katnick brings it up next for Lorca Auto Parts and TK Performance. Katnick will be going up against Hunter Thompson for JBS equipment. 890 to an 898. Breakout for Hunter Thompson, got there first, but he's under by just 0.02 of a second, giving it back to Ashton Katnick, who moves into the next round. Up next, it's Cadence Rodrigue, dials in at 890. Over on the right lane, Cadence's opponent dials in at 1405. Red light start for the driver in the right lane. 2,000 red on the tree, giving Cadence Rodrigue the walk-off into round 2 of eliminations, which will send us to the next pair of Dallas Jackson for TKO Hot Rods and Cascade Capital Machine Extreme Hydrovac, and Rodrigue Family Racing dials in at 12 seconds. To the Milron Truck and Body, Lorquan Parts, and BD Alada Junior Dragster dialed in at 890 for Hunter Gallant. A long way for Hunter Gallant. Over Dallas Jackson. Headed out to the 8th mile mark. And Hunter's going to go 893, 71 miles an hour for the win by over a 10th and a half over Dallas Jackson. Next up, we'll bring up Jack Green and Danica. 1190 to a 1417. Green goes 1192, 52 miles an hour. Danica 1448 at 43 miles an hour. And that will bring out the next pair, Nash Gallant and Owen Armstrong. Owen Armstrong going to break out by 300ths of a second as Nash Gallant will move into the next round. Quite a few breakouts here for the first round of Junior Thunder eliminations. We'll bring up the final pairing. Grayson Moss for New Elevation Civil Construction, dials in 903, to Pearson Moss, dialed in at 1199. So the Greens have had their sibling rivalries. Time for the Mosses to have the same. Attention into the pits, attention into the pits. Pro bracket, final call for pro bracket. Pro bracket, you are about to run. Pro bracket, final call to the lanes. Pro bracket. And it's a red light for Pearson Moss, leaving Grayson to move in to the next round. So round 2 of Junior Thunder, we'll see Cadis Rodriguez face Jack Green, Alex Green face Wesley Armstrong, Nash Gallant face Grayson Moss, and Ashton Katnick face Hunter Gallant. Time for round 1 of Junior Lightning now, with McKenna Thompson starting things off alongside Emily White. Red light. Moving into the next round. Abigail White and Nick Bond were the next 2 down, and Nick Bond, first trip zip of the day. He goes trip zip with a 5 on the tree, follows it up with only being double 05 off of his dial. Nick Bond with, I think, the best package of the entire season, a perfect light and a near perfect dial. It does not get better than that. Most bracket racers would kill for a package like that. Adam Katnick and Connor Jackson, the next pairing up. Both cars dialed in at 790. Facing off against Connor Jackson to the top end. Breakout for Katnick despite getting there first. Connor Jackson moves on. Isabella Marshall, the next one up for Can't Go into Silva Auto World, dialed in 795 to April Bond for JBS Equipment, dialing in at 791. Bentley Johnson brings up next alongside Adeline Duda, 797 to a 790. A red light start for Adeline Duda will take Bentley Johnson into round number 2 of eliminations in Junior Lightning. And that will wrap it up, meaning Connor Jackson faces Bentley Johnson, Nick Bond faces Emily White, and Isabella Marshall with a free bye into the semifinals. We'll bring up John Tabak and Rob Monroe Jr. The Rad Torque Systems S10 going up against the 1969 Acadian 1051 to a 1047. As we roll into National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket for the first time tonight. Tabak gets there first by 004. He'll move on to round number 2 alongside Monroe Jr., who goes 10:48 at 120 miles an hour. So the Acadian down and out. We'll bring up Brendan Piskacek and Jeff Nyland. Dubuque racing with and motoring Canada Thomas Ford Mustang, dials in 1322. To the J&K Speed Shop, Curtis Tyler, Borman, JBS 10. Jeff Nyland, it won't matter because he goes red. So Jeff Nyland, the guy that placed third in qualifying is out. Bring up Robin Bond with the 1990 Acura. Dials in 1150 for the turbocharged machine against Steve McKenzie with the Chevelle power. Neither of them anything to really boast about. Top end, too quick for Robin Bond. McKenzie moves on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsmen, we need sportsmen to the lanes for first round of eliminations. That is sportsmen to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Sportsmen to the lanes. Ken Imthern up next at Linwood, Washington for the K&K Motorsports Dart. Dials in 1034 against Andy Klosky. With Lorca Auto Parts, Design Ford, and Jim Obler DMT, 1975. 11 to 1, sorry. Ken Imthern going to be punching his ticket into round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, door slammers. Your driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer is in less than 5 minutes. Door slammers, your driver's meeting is at Marcy's trailer in under 5 minutes. If you have not started to make your way on down there, I would get a head start on that one. Door slammers, your meeting at Marcy's trailer is in less than 5 minutes. Dennis Winton up next against John McLean. The Lost in Time Bel Air dials in 1044 against the Ford Falcon, dialed in at 1101. Lesser offender, he'll move into the next round, and well, with sportsmen on their way to the lanes, or at least they should be, now I'm seeing them start to make their way on down. We're going to also put Super Pro on standby. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Mike Render up first for the Fountain Tire Lorca Auto Parts 1985 S10, dialed in 1087. He races Ray Bollinger with the Just Mechanical ANA 1963 Pontiac, dialed in at 1065. Render goes 1097, 119 miles an hour. Bollinger 1076 at $1.18. Daryl Tippy going to be losing out as he breaks out by 16 thousandths at the top end to the Camaro. We'll bring up Ross Walker with the Chevy 2 down in 1013. The driver leaving first, though, is Steve Watkins with his 5-liter Ford Mustang down in at 1224 out of Hillsboro, Oregon. Walker going to take the win as Steve Watkins, a driver that has won here, especially in the season opener, going to be out in round 1 of Pro Bracket this afternoon. Walker going to go 10-16 at a buck 23. Gets there by 14 thou. Up next, it's Matt Warner and Lorenz Schwartz. 10-22 to a 10-52. The Linden Service Center Mercury going up against the Lorco Auto Parts Monte Carlo. Schwartz gonna get there first, only 5 thousandths off the dial, and gets there by 16. He'll go 10-22 at a buck 26 on the 10-22 dial. Good run for him. Takes out Matt Warner. Next pairing. It's a Malibu. That's all I got for you. Dialed in at 1251 against Walter Johnson with his Chevelle, dialed in at 1110. And this one's going to go the way of the Malibu, as Walter Johnson will not be able to go very far today. Now we'll face off against Ralph Ehlers with the Mustang Fox body. Had problems when he was up here qualifying earlier on. 1083. Looking for more this afternoon. He races against a pickup on the far side of the dials into 1024. Ehlers trying to stay in front, can't do it. The pickup going to be moving into the next round. Continuing to battle our way through the opening round of Pro Bracket, our biggest class of the afternoon. We'll bring up Terry Hookstins and Steve Baskerville. Hookstins running the 1966 Chevrolet, dials in at 1206 against Steve Baskerville with that 5-liter Mustang down in the 1254. And at the quarter, it'll be Baskerville taking out Terry Hookstins, so Baskerville is moving on. Racing Dodge Dart back to Bear. Can the BG Wagon Master Lorco Auto Parts Boat Packs machine move on? He does by 4 thou. Chris Stone, 4 thousandths off the dial, 4,000 for the margin of victory. He's going to take the win in that one. But I tell you what, his opponent was on it, only 1 thou down on the tree, unfortunately. Just lost that one on the starting line. Up next, it's Craig Johnson alongside Nick Douglas. And Craig Johnson will take out Nick Douglas. Got there first by just a thou. Was only 4 off the dial. A great run from Craig. We'll bring on Rob Getz. Getz going up against the Camaro. 1181 to a 1241. And Rob Getz gets there first, moving into the next round as he takes out the Camaro. So the street legal pickup will continue. And then it's Mal Patterson, #1 qualifier off of his 005 Light. He'll have the bye to close out the first round of pro bracket eliminations. Well, he's got the tree figured out. 005 in qualifying, 009 on the bye. If he can keep that up throughout the day, could very well be on it for a good run. And that will now bring up Vancouver Car Ramp Sportsman for round 1 of eliminations. Final call for Sportsman. Sportsman, you are running right now. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Sportsman. Final call. And first call to the lanes for Super Pro as well. Joel Smith will take out Roland Lowen on a double red light. We'll get sent to bring up Daniel Piskacek, racing against Stormy Newcomb. The Buick Racing Mustang dialed in 1442 against the Acro Machine, Pay the Hill Machine, and SBB Racing 99 S10 dialed in the 1285. Jim Banky, the next one up, he'll go up against the Dodge Challenger, 1520 to a 1248. Banky, not one to usually run the Scamp. The Barracuda evidently out of action so far this afternoon. Eric Hansen, as Jim Benke was able to take out the challenger by absolutely treeing him. Mitch gonna go to the top end, doesn't get there first. Eric Hansen drives around him for the win. Both the challenger and Mitch down by quite a bit on the tree, and that is what led to their respective losses. We'll bring up Sylvia Hoogstens and Kevin McCulley. The Mustang dials in at 12.12. The Malibu Ag for BDL Automotive dials in at 12.60. Red light start for Sylvia Hoogstens by just 2,000ths on the tree. Kevin McCulley will move into the next round. We'll bring up Zachary Williamson and Veronica Hodgson. Williams running the ground pounder racers goodies auto parts. 1964 Falcon dialed in at 15.95 against the Dart that's down at 11.92. Full Arco auto parts driven by Veronica Hodgson. Veronica Hodgson slowing dramatically at the top end, and that is because Zachary Williamson had some problems settle in mid-run. But 18 seconds on the 15-second dial, so Hodgson backed it way down, took no chances. Don't blame her in the slightest. Travis Freese will come up now for the 2003 Cadillac for Buick Racing, Evans Excavating, and Skyhawk Services. He dials in at 15.70 against the TNT Auto Parts Chevy Malibu of Bill Wells, dialed in at 11.60. Travis Freese moving on against Bill Wells. Richardson going to move on as the Cutlass goes red on the tree. Next up, Watkins is back for more. He goes up against Bruce Sturts, 12.29 to a 16.16. And Watkins, he may be out in pro, but he is still very much in it for sportsman as he takes out Bruce Sturts. Now Steve Baskerville will bring his 5-liter Mustang up. This one goes up against a bit of an older model, but it's still a Mustang. It's Brandon Piskacek. 1990 model versus the 2022 model. About a 7/10 of a second advantage to Piskacek. Piskacek going to be moving on into the next round. And now, it's Darren Martin. Out of New Westminster, the 2005 Sierra pickup going up against Caleb Bollinger. And Darren Martin goes red. So Nick Douglas going to be the next one up, facing off against a pretty blue pickup. I believe that is a Chevy down on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Now this race looking like it's going to go very much in the favor of Nick Douglas. A double of 4 in the tree to over a quarter of a second from the pickup, and Douglas takes it on a double breakout. Hey, Super Pro, final call. Your class is in the water box. Super Pro, final call. You are officially late. Super Pro, final call. Rob Getz will look to move into the next round, potentially looking to try to take out Jessica Armstrong, the #1 qualifier, off of a rerun. And that goes the way of Rob Getz, taking out your #1 qualifier. Attention in the pits. We've made the final call for Super Pro. We're going to make first call for motorcycles to lane 6. Motorcycles bring on up to lane 6. Motorcycles to lane 6 for your first round of eliminations. Stand by for Old Car Center Hot Rod. So a little bit of touch-up going on down here on the starting line as we get set for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. The second quickest bracket class of the afternoon. I hear cars fired up. Here they come. Christensen's John DeBack moving into the next round. Decided off a red light start, and it's again a close one. Jason Gibson 1,000 red on the tree. He's gonna give it up for Warren Jacobson, who now is into round 2 along with Martin Rochelle. Now Jan Christensen and Andy Hatton, 864 dialed in against an 839. Two mean green machines gonna run side by side. Top end, it's gonna be Jan Christensen. Double breakout on that one, 17 under for Hatton, only 6,000 under for Christensen. Christensen moves on. Now it's John Jenkins and Ted Buss. Jenkins dials in at 1043. Ted Buss dials in at 906. The West Coast Building Restorations, McKenzie Racing, Bubba Speed, Shop S10 going up against the Shawnigan Truck and Roadster. Ted Buss moving into the next round of eliminations. And now we will bring up Dan Parsons and Steve McKenzie. 1092 dialed in against the 1041 of the Chevelle on the far side. McKenzie going to go at it, but goes red by a 10th and a half. Parsons moves into the next round, which brings up Greg Dowdy and the Dragster for Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 789 against Emily Gerard's Sheer Solution to Just Mechanical Dragster, dialed in at 748. Both drivers on a tear, and it'll be Gerard. Gerard going to go 760 with the 762 miles an hour. Dowdy at 805 at $1.63. And how about Brad Vinci? Brad Vinci and Craig Johnson, the BNC Racing Chevrolet, going up against the BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod coming up to the lanes, and stand by for door slammers. Door slammers, this is your standby call. Hot Rod to the lanes. trying to chase down Craig Johnson. Top end of the racetrack. Not going to get there. Craig Johnson moves on to round number 2. Fawcett tries to chase down Kevin Garlock. Can he get the job done is the question. No, he can't. Kevin Garlock is moving on. So the next pairing, it's Emma DeBricus and Daryl Tippy. Tippy running the Chevy 2. He dials at 10:58, leaves first. DeBricus with the Art Morrison Dragster running for BD Lift Trucks, Shotgun Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Bowtie Ventures, and Straight Line Race Cars. Dials at 8:59. Two green lights, top end, it's Tippy. Got the whole shot on that one as Emma DeBricus down by a good few hundredths. As we'll bring up Loren Schwartz with the Lorco Auto Parts Monte Carlo from Bubba Speed Shop as well. Going up against Jeremy Soares in the Dragster, 10:20 to a 7:34. Loren Schwartz going to take that one as the Dragster lost it on a double breakout. And next up it's Mike Robinson. Robinson running the JBS Equipment JS Power Sports Roadster going up against Dave Stobie with the Ebbets Holding Corvette, 919 to a 1060. Robinson with the red light. Dave Stobie takes that beautiful Corvette to another round. Next pairing up, it's the Ken Specialty Auto Gibson Transmissions, Lake Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chicklet Chevy 2, driven by Mike Stewart, dialing it in at 10:16 against the Evil Bucket Chevy Roadster, dialed in at 2 red lights, and it'll go the way of Robert, the lesser offender. Moving back to the next one, Kevin McNichol, bringing up the Rad Torque Systems 1967 Nova, dialed in at 10:17 against Steve Thorne. Run of the Plymouth, dialed in at 9:22. Huge red light for Steve Thorne, as he left way too soon. McNichol going to be moving on. Now it's Chris Stone and Javon Brar. The Willowbrook Motors, Local Auto Parts, BG, Wagon Master, and Mopac Auto Parts. Or Mopac Auto Supply, Dodge Dart, dials in 1020 to Javon Brar. Down in 1076 for the Z28 Camaro. Cristo, top end, takes it by just 1,000th of a second ahead of Javon Brar. And now Colton Morin and Shaylin Svetic. Svetic running for the Italian Motors Kart Racing Titanium Auto Group. Derek and Kim, Innovative, MFG, Bumper and Bumper, Coastal Equipment, and SIA Abrasives, Front Engine Dragster, dialed in at 940. Leaves first ahead of the Moore Motorsports machine, headed up by Colton Moore, and dialed in at 787. And that'll bring up a pair of door slammers. Adam DeYoung and Justin Bond will be the two to bring it back up to the staging lanes, as they will close out Super Pro eliminations for round one. DeYoung with problems. He is forced to lift at the top end, bringing it up to Justin Bond. And that takes us to motorcycle eliminations for the first time today. We'll start things off with Corey Craig with the Black Lightning Hayabusa. Craig squaring off against Wild Bill. That's not Wild Bill, that's Daryl Storzuk with the Elite Pro Suzuki. Oh, that is Wild Bill, sorry. On the Wild Racing Kawasaki. Their suits look so similar. Corey Craig pre-stage dials in 790. Bill dials in at 903. Corey Craig chasing after Wild Bill. Does he get him at the top end? He does not. Wild Bill is moving to round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, the time has come. Door slammers to the lanes, door slammers to the lanes. Hey, attention in the pits. You know what? Attention everywhere on the property. The owner of a gray Dodge pickup truck, license plate RV0121. You need to return to your truck and attend to your pets immediately. Gray pickup truck, Dodge, license plate RV0121. You need to return to your truck and attend to your pets. Dwayne Stevens moving on as Daryl Storzak with the League Pro Suzuki going to get a 001 on a red light. Once again, that is a gray Dodge pickup license plate RV0121. You need to return to your truck and attend to your pets immediately. Robert Domjan and Jody Brickwood, the next 2 down track, 1032 to a 938. And it'll be Jody Brickwood. No, not moving on. Domjan had problems, but Brickwood goes under by 7/10 thousandths of a second. And that's going to be a botched run. Tom Turan out the back door. Doesn't get it. Abusini takes it back as Tom Turan goes under the dial. Didn't know about Abusini's problems. And Tom Turan, a big mistake, takes him out of round 1. And that brings up Anna Donaldson with the bye run, qualified on a 002. Wanted to give extra thanks to Sam Jensen from Personal Real Estate, as well as thank you to Kim Jonkin, Derek Shirk. And be sure to check out Hellfire Racing on their socials as Anna Donaldson heads down track. Roland Lowen and Rob Hodgson, the next pair up. Lorco Auto Parts Meteor going up against the Plymouth, down in the 1071 to a 1297 in Hot Rod. The Belvedere takes himself out of competition as he goes 002 red on the tree. Not red on the tree, under the dial. Sylvia Hookson's up next against Rob Monroe Sr. The Ford Mustang going up against the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Monroe will be back for door slammers in just a few minutes, with a 1209 going up against an 866. Senior goes red, moving Sylvia Hookson's into round 2 of Hot Rod. Terry Hookston's and Barry Patterson, the next two up. The Chevrolet going up against the 1965 Coronet. As Terry Hookston's going to be taking it, they both got red lights, but Barry Patterson was the worst of the two. And that will now bring up Lorne Dufour. Dufour going to go up against John Sayer. Sayer running the Frankenstein Speed Customs Dart 1208 will have an over 4-second head start on Dufour for the Dufour U Auto Body and Done Right Performance Model T Road Altered, down at 8 seconds dead on. John Sayer turns on the, well, not going to turn on the wind light. Lorne Dufour will get that job done as Sayer goes under the dial. We'll bring up Jamie Roth and Rob Monroe Sr. Junior for, oh boy, my brain is scattered all of a sudden. Jamie Roth going to go in here with the Shin Kicker Racing 1964 Comet Dow's at 1008 against Monroe Jr. with the 69 Acadian Dow's in at 1047. Junior will move on into the next round, and that leaves us with the bye of Rebecca Powell. Hey, listen up out there for all you folks that prefer cold sweet treats like ice cream. Piston Parlor is open and ready for business. They are down near the concession stand, so if you're looking for some ice cream, Piston Parlor has got you covered. Check them out. They are down by the concession stand. Piston Parlor on the property. Good day for it, too. It's hot out. And Rebecca Powell will be moving on with the bye run, and that will take us to Associated Tire and Auto, Canada West Door Slammers for first round of eliminations.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top
So we move into door slammers with the first round of eliminations. Ken Christensen for the Old Car Center and Chaotic Customs Chevrolet going up against Jason Field, the Richard Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Financing, On Tap Racing 71, Menzer Motorsports, Induction Solutions, and TK Performance Chevelle, dialed in at 714 to an 835. Field gonna go at it with a red light. Ken Christensen will be moving into the next round as Jason Field, a rare mistake, takes him out early. Scott Robinson and Chad Hops, the next two down track. And this one gonna go the way of Robinson as Hops goes 009, red on the tree. Tough break for Hops as Robinson will be finding himself down and out. We'll move back to Mike Bedsworth and Darren Buick, 7-11 to an 867 with a Cutlass facing off against a Nova. Buick staged, Bedsworth staged. Top band, it'll be Mike Bedsworth. Bedsworth clinching by 1/100th of a second. Here comes your number 2 qualifier, James Kennedy. Kennedy, one of only 2 cars to break into the sub-7-second bracket and qualify with a 197-mile-an-hour pass. He goes up against Howie Winklehorst. The Ken Specialty Auto 2004 Pontiac Grand Am goes up against the Howie's Equipment Services Chevy Bel Air, dialed in at an 848 to a 696. goes out of eliminations as he's going to go 006 under the mark. Howie Blinkenhorst moves on to the next round. Paul Debris Jr. coming on up with the straight line race car. Sean Gillette Trucking Valiant dialed in at 853 against Zach Joyce, who dials in 764. Hey, attention juniors, your drivers meeting is coming on up with Shelly. Juniors, all junior drivers, you are requested to meet Shelly at her pits in 5 minutes. And Debris Jr. going to go under the dial. Zach Joyce will be moving into the next round. Boy, it's been a day for breakouts at the top end here this afternoon. Track's looking good with a lot of speed in it, clearly. Ray Rusiani brings up the Dexy Pause. 1966 Chevy 2 down in 847 against Mark Thompson. The Marvel Racing machine dialed in at 755. Thompson turns on the red line by 12. Thou, he's going to be moving on into the next round. Kerry Young and Steve Love, the next two up. The Chevy S10 for Young's Mechanical, dials at 839. Going up against the 92 Fiber, dialed at 8 seconds. Kerry Young trying to stay out in front of Steve Love, does so. Kerry Young moving into round number 2 of Door Slammers. Long smoky burnout for Brian Ritchie with the Ritchie Racing Engines. 1968 Chevelle out of Poco, dialed in at 788, leaves first ahead of Otto Schulte with the Georgia Straight Line Collision Associated Tire and Auto. Odlum Brown, Lorco Auto Parts, Ron Dex and Hearing Life 2005 Cavalier, dialed in at 765. Problems for Brian Ritchie. He's going to back out, and Otto Schulte moves into the next round. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, we need you to the staging lanes for your second qualifying round. Super shifters, we need you in the lanes for your second qualifying round. We'll bring up Dale Grasdale and Mike Kenworth of the Pacific Coast Traffic Planning. Chevelle firing off against the Illusion Motorsports and Speedmark Firebird, a 708 to an 820. Grasdale takes off, and Kenworthy going to be moving into the next round. Not able to get the job done. And that'll bring up Paul Stretch and TLD. Cavalier goes up with it at a 7:30 against Terry Langdon Davies for the Kent Specialty Auto 1941 Willys. Take him out in round one. Davies will get the freebie into round number 2. And now it's Devin Jansen with the Nova. Justin Bond of the Pontiac. 866 to a 778. Top end, it's Jansen. Bond only one Jansen. So Jansen going to be moving on, while Bond will have to watch the rest of today from the sidelines. Dale Jansen, now the next one up, going up against Grant Howell. 777 to a 775. Top end, it's Dale. Dale Jansen going to take out Grant Howell. And here comes a newcomer into the door slammers category. Not so much a newcomer to the track. It's Rob Monroe Sr. Was out entering the third qualifying round. Managed to get in by just a couple hundredths of a second. Rob Monroe Sr. going up against Henry Zacharias. A 1 second advantage given to Monroe Sr. off the dial with a White Knuckle Racing Model A versus Zacharias. And the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette dialed at 771. Zacharias moving on. Monroe Sr. going to be knocked out, unfortunately, in round one. We'll bring up Brad Powell and Rod LeClaire. Brad Powell chasing him down the quarter mile. Does he get him? Yes, he does, by 0.02 of a second. Rod LeClaire going 679, 202 miles an hour, moving him into round two of Door Slammers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors to the lanes. Juniors to the lanes. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 3 and 4. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. And stand by for Pro. So we roll into super shifters. Keith Armstrong. Revving through the gears, trying to see if he can stay out in front. He doesn't. Keith Armstrong is moving into the next round of McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. Next up, it's Scott Winterbottom and Jim Van Cleve. The 1967 Fairlane over on the Lord Coast side, going up against Winterbottom's machine over here on the Tower side. Giving Jim Van Cleve the free pass in round number 2. And now we'll bring up Dan Gray with the Gray Performance Motorsports Ford pickup going up against the 67 El Camino. Just 3 thousandths red on the tree. A very tough break for Gray as Rich Graves and the El Camino going to be moving on to the next round. Now it's Will Zork and Keith Winterbottom. Winterbottom looking to be moving on as Will Zork not able to get through the gears as quickly as he would have liked. So Winterbottom will take the freebie. And we'll bring up John DePort and Dale Posnick. Camaro versus Mustang.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Pro, please come down to the starting line. Pro, please make your way down to, the lanes. Please come to the lanes. Pro to the lanes.
Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics. Please make your way down to the staging lanes. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics. Please make your way down to the staging lanes. Hey, Ralph Ehlers, if you can hear me back there. Oh, Pro, sorry. I'm all mixed up from last night. We just had this conversation. National Tire Wholesale Pro, please. Pro. National Tire Wholesale Pro ET, please make your way to the staging lanes. And Ralph Ehlers, if you can hear me back there, or if somebody can hear me, I need you to come up to the tower, please. I text you. So our first pair up here going to be Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane, dialed in with an 890, taking on Jack Green over there in the right lane with an 1190 up on the board. Hey, attention in the pits out there. We're also going to put Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, on a standby. So Jack Green going to take the win there, going 1191 on the 1190. Was 029 on the tree. Cadence Rodrigue 890 with a 7 on the 890, but was 137 on the tree. So Jack Green going to move on into the semifinals, where he will either face his brother Alex Green or Wesley Armstrong, depending on who wins the matchup between Wes and Alex. So with that, we have Nash Gallant here taking on Grayson Mass. Nash Gallant dialed in with a 1204, Grayson with a 902. So Nash Gallant taking the win, going 1207 on the 1204, was 103 on the tree. Grayson was a 901 on the 902, breaking out, going 901 with a 7 on the 902. So Nash Gallant going to move on into the next round. where he will either potentially face his brother Hunter Gallant or Ashton Katnick, depending on the winner of that pair. So we've got a kind of interesting situation setting up here right now. We've got one green in the semifinals, one Gallant in the semifinals. We still have one Gallant and one green left in the quarterfinals. So if they win their respective matchups, we would actually have brothers facing off against brothers in both semifinals. We're going to find out shortly here if we're going to get one side of the ladder working out like that or not. Alex Green in the left lane, dialed in with an 890, taking on Wes Armstrong over there in the right lane with a 952 up on the board. And one side of the ladder of the green showdown is going to be complete here. Alex Green taking the win, going 894 on the 890. Wes 949 with a 5, breaking out on the 952. So Alex Green's going to move into the semifinals, where he's going to face off against his brother Jack Green for the chance to go to the finals. Which brings us to our final pair in Junior Thunder, which is going to be Hunter Gallant in the left lane, dialed in with an 890. Taking on Ashton Katnick in the right lane, dialed in with an 898. So Hunter Gallant here, if he can manage to do the win, take the win, is going to pull off the all-brother semifinal, because he will actually face his brother Nash Gallant in the semis, and we already have Jack and Alex Green facing each other in the semis. Hunter trying to chase down Ashton, and at the finish line, Ashton is going to get the win, going 900 on the 898. Hunter Gallant was 895 on the 890, was 169 on the tree. Ashton was 069 on the tree. So Ashton Katnick going to move on, and he's going to face Nash Gallant in the semifinals, where we will have Jack Green and Alex Green on the opposite side of the ladder facing off against each other. Just going to bring us into our Junior Lightning category, where we have Emily White here in the left lane, dialed in with a 905, taking on Nick Bond, our last night's Sunset Showdown Junior Lightning winner. Over there in the right lane, dialed in with a 795. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Final call for National Tire Wholesale Pro. Final call for the National Tire Wholesale Pro category. If you're not in the staging lanes, we're going to start running without you. And if you don't make it down, unfortunately, you ain't moving to the next round. So final call for National Tire Wholesale Pro. Sportsman, you're still on a standby. We're going to be bringing you down real shortly here. Chasing down Emily, getting to the stripe, and Nick Bond going to take the win, going 801 on the 795. Nick was 078 on the tree. Emily was 900, breaking out on the 905. So Nick Bond going to move on to the third round of Junior Lightning, where he will have a bye into the finals. So Nick Bond going to go to his second final in as many races today, or this weekend. Which brings us to Bentley Johnson here in the left lane, dialed in with a 796, taking on Connor Jackson over there in the right lane with a 792. The winner of this pair, the winner of the pair of Bentley and Connor here, will face off against Isabella Marshall in the semifinals. Isabella has a bye here coming up, so she's got a bye into the semifinals. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category. please make your way down to the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you down to the staging lanes, please. So Connor Jackson going to win the double breakout, going 790 with a 5 on the 792. Bentley Johnson was 794 with a 1 on the 796. So Connor Jackson going to move into the semifinals where he will face off against Isabella Marshall here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to a foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
So we roll back into National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Round 2 of elimination for classes started and kicked off this afternoon. John DeBack brings up the Rad Torque Systems S10, dials in 1053 against Jeff Lefebvre. There we go. Jeff Lefebvre. Dials in 1138. So Jeff Lefebvre trying to stay out in front of John DeBack. Can't do it. Tabac is still in. He is in round number 3 now of Pro Bracket. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Super Pro, you are on standby. Now it's Chris Stone and Rob Getz, the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart, going up against the 2024 Ford F-150, 1018 to 1181. So Chris Stone going to knock out another one as he'll move into the 3rd round. And now we get set to bring up Nathaniel Copeland and John McLean. 1256 to 1101. With the Ford Falcon going up against Copeland's Malibu. And a red light start for John McLean will mean Nathaniel Copeland is moving on into round number 3. Now we bring up Lorenz Schwartz. We will also bring up a pickup. With Brian Prescott in the S10 on the far side, a 1021 to a 1022. Schwartz puts down another runner against Brian Prescott. Ross Walker now going up against Mal Patterson with the Pressa Chevrolet Chevy 2 dialed in at 1015 against the Albion Thailand Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Caracadian dialed at 1017. Patterson has been on fire all day today, has been under 0.01 for the reaction time in every race so far, but this time he's going to be done in as he goes under the dial by 0.03. Ross Walker broke out as well, but by less. He's moving on. Craig Johnson now up against Mike Render. Render trying to stay out ahead of Craig Johnson. Johnson, though, on the chase. 2,000 separate him on the tree. And that'll be enough for Craig Johnson to pull off the win as he gets around Mike Render, taking home the car in round number 3. Now, Ken Imthern and Steve Baskerville, the next two up. Dart for K&K Motorsports dials in 1034 against the 5-liter Mustang dialed in 1254. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes, Super Pro to the lanes. That is Super Pro to the lanes and standby motorcycles. Some wheel spin there from Imthern. Is that going to be the nail in the coffin for his race? Yes, it will. Baskerville is going to be moving into the next round. And now we're up to Steve McKenzie and Brendan Piskacek. Chevelle dials in 1041. Piskacek for Buick Racing and Motor Canada with Thomas with his Mustang Fox Body dials in at 1313. McKenzie got there first, goes under in doing so. Piskacek is moving on. And we now roll into Sportsman. As Kevin McCauley and Jim Banky will square off head to head. 1258 to a 1521. double breakout as Jim Banky got there first, but he is under by more. So Kevin McCulley is in, and Jim Banky is out. Now we'll bring up Joel Smith. Joel Smith running the Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Racing Transmissions Chevy pickup dials in 1509 against Eric Hansen with a Broadway Refrigeration and Pro Mesh Dodge Dart dialed in at 1226. And a breakout for Hansen despite getting there first, under by just 7 thousandths of a second. Hand of the win back to Joel Smith on a silver platter. Now is Veronica Hodgson, the Lorco Auto Parts Dart, going up against Haley Christensen with a 1967 C10 down to 1275. And it's going to be Christensen. 12 thousandths of a second grants her the win over Veronica Hodgson. Hodgson was better on the tree, but just didn't have the top end to make it count. And the C10 goes into round 3. Now Rob Getz and Stormy Newcomb. The next two down track, and this one looking good for Newcomb. Oh, but it nearly wasn't. The margin of victory for Stormy Newcomb, 0.0008. 8 10,000 of a second. There we go. Gives Stormy Newcomb the win. Kalen Bollinger brings up the Chevy Nova, and Steve Watkins goes red. So Watkins going to turn it red. And Kalen Bollinger is going to be moving on. And well, now we're up for the next two. Travis Fries and Brendan Piskacek. Thought from what we were done, sportsmen. The Cadillac dials in 1578 against Piscachek, who dials in 1325. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lane 6. Motorcycles to lane 6. Motorcycles, bring them on up to lane 6. We're also going to put Hot Rod on a standby, so Motorcycles to lane 6 and Hot Rod on standby. Jan Christensen trying to get out in front of Justin Bond. Well, she got there first, but is under the dial by 1. So Justin Bond will move on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod to the lanes, and stand by for door slammers. Hot Rod to the lanes, stand by door slammers. Emily Gerard up next with the undercover tracks are dialed in at 749 to Warren Jacobson's 1087 for the Chevy 2. as we battle our way through Super Pro. Right on the tree. Warren Jacobson will move into the next round of eliminations. Tough break there for Emily Gerard. I'm sure that Warren Jacobson isn't complaining. We'll now bring up Ted Buss down in the 908 against John Tabak. Tabak dialing in at 10:53. John Tabak, top end, double breakout, and John Tabak going to be going out. He got there first, is under by 45. Ted Buss only under by 16. So Buss moves on. Up next is Daryl Tippy, dial at 10:58 alongside Kevin Garlock. Garlock wanted to give an extra thank you today to Tom Katnick and Kevin S. for all the help with the brand new 632 cubic inch big block Chevy motor underneath that Camaro. Also thanking Straight Line Race Cars, Royal Bank Visa, with Mrs. Garlock alongside as his crew chief, and looking like they got Captain Cooper, pet mascot, out with him this afternoon as well, dialed in at 894. But he's going to break out, so Kevin Garlock will have to watch the rest from the sidelines. Daryl Tippy is moving to the next round. And again, we see a breakout as Steve Thorne going to be going out with Stephen Robert making his way on in. And now we'll bring up Colton Morin alongside Kevin McNichol. Colton Morin has been doing a bit better with that dragster as he tries to stage it up against the defending champion and the Door Wars champion. 10-19 to Morin's 792. And at the top end, it's Morin taking it on a double breakout by the slimmest of margins. McNichol, 006 under, Morin, 005. That is nothing short of luck right there that gets Morin into the next round. Craig Johnson up next for Lorenz Schwartz, 10:55 to a 10:21. Up next, Lorenz Schwartz and Johnson, another double breakout, and this one, an 0.29 under for Schwartz, 0.11 under for Johnson. Johnson takes it into the next round. Boy, double breakouts galore in round 2 of Super Pro, as Chris Stone and Dave Stowey moving on as they'll stage them up. At this point, I don't even think we've had a pass yet that's ended without a breakout or a red light. By 16 thou, Dave Stobie will be the one to move into the next round of eliminations. Dan Parsons will be in the bye to close out round 2 of Super Pro. So we'll roll to motorcycles. We'll start it off with Dwayne Stevens with the bye. With the Hayabusa, dials in at 942. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need door slammers to the lanes. Door slammers to the lanes. That is door slammers to the lanes. Stevens goes 979 at 149 miles an hour for the bye run, and while now it's a comp single, as we're going to bring up Wild Bill. Bill was due to race Steve Abusini. Unfortunately, Abusini broke when he was running against Tom Turan. Turan broke out, though, giving Wild Bill effectively a free pass. And the crazy thing for Wild Bill is into the final round. So Wild Bill with 2 singles in a row, comp single and then the bye. Robert Domjen goes right on the tree, and Donaldson will be moving on into the next round. So Donaldson will face off against Dwayne Stevens in the semifinals. Old Car Center Hot Rod firing up just around the corner. So we'll start off Old Car Center Hot Rod in round number 2 with Rebecca Powell. Front of the STR Racing and Outlaw Garage Customs Nova dialed in 1050 against Lauren Dufour. For the Do For You Auto Body and Done Right Performance Model T Roadster dialed in at 8 seconds. Chasing after the Nova. Top end of the racetrack. Dufour is moving on to round number 3. Rebecca Powell, quite literally perfect on the dial. On the 1050, went 1050 with a 0, then a 1. But that race was lost on the starting line as the reaction time also started with a 1. Rolling low, the next one up against Sylvia Hookstins. As we look to set things up for the semifinal round. Roland Lowen and Lauren Dufour, the two that move on to the semis. As Sylvia Hookstins will be watching this one from the sidelines. Now it's Terry Hookstins at Rob Monroe Jr., so we'll see if the husband can have some more fortune. Headed down track, Junior chasing. Hookstins with a pretty big advantage. Double breakout, it's Hookstins. So it's going to be Terry Hookstins and Lauren Dufour in the semis, and Roland Lowen gets the bye to the final. Hey, listen up out there. Listen up out there. Door slammers. Door slammers. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Door slammers, if you're not in the lanes, you are officially late. We are waiting on you. Door slammers, we need you in the lanes. Most of your class is there. If you're not down there, get on down. You are late. We'll also look to put McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters on standby. Super Shifters, this is your standby call. So to start things off, it's Ray Rusiani with the Dexipause Chevy 2, dialed in 846. Against Scott Robinson with Radtorque Systems, Postma Farms, Titanium Auto Group, Lorca Auto Parts, and JS Power Sports Beretta, dialed in at 769. Both cars taking off down to the top end of the racetrack. Scott Robinson going to get there second as Ray Rusiani hangs on for the whole shot win by 12 thousandths of a second. So Rusiani, first one in, and will face either Henry Zacharias or Ken Christensen in round 3. Looking like there will be 7 cars in competition once we get out of the second round here. Hey, listen up out there. Dale Jansen, Henry Zacharias. Dale Jansen, Henry Zacharias, and Door Slammers. Once again, you are both late, and we are actively running. Dale Jansen and Henry Zacharias, make your way on down, or they might run without you. Dale Jansen and Henry Zacharias, you need to be in the lanes yesterday. And we're also going to make the call for BC Super Shifters to the lanes. Super Shifters making your way on up to the lanes. That is Super Shifters to the lanes. Zach Joyce bringing it up with Howie Winklehorse, 766 to an 848 for Howie's Equipment Services in the Bel Air. Joyce taking off to the top end of the racetrack, not going to get there. Howie Winklehorst moving into the next round of competition. Good effort there from Winklehorst. As we will now look to bring on up the next duo. Kerry Young and Mike Bedsworth, the Young's Mechanical Dodge Dakota going up against Mike Bedsworth with his Cutlass. Oh, sorry, that's not a Dodge Dakota. That's a Chevy S10. 845 to a 713. Bedsworth, Kerry Young will take his machine into the second round, the third round, as Bedsworth pops the laundry. So next one up, we'll bring up Otto Schulte. Schulte running the Georgia Straight Line Collision, Associated Tire and Auto, Odlum Brown, Lorco Auto Parts, Ron Dex and Hearing Life, 2005 Pontiac Cavalier from dialing into the 764. To his right, Mike Kenworthy with the Illusion Motorsports and Speedmart Pontiac Firebird. Dials in at 821. At the top, it's Otto Schulte. Getting there by 7/10 thousandths of a second. Kenworthy treat him. Schulte drove around him, though, at the top end. What a race! As Otto Schulte takes that one away at the top end. So Rod Leclerc and Devin Jansen, the next two up. Nova versus Camaro. Leclerc, the number one qualifier, running for Paradise Homes, Kent Specialty Auto, Joe Leclerc. And along with Tommy and Andy Leclerc, dials in 677 to Jansen's 867. A near 2-second head start for Devin. Rod Leclerc lifting out Devin Jansen, moving on as Rod Leclerc ends up encountering Gremlins on the way. That's a shame. He had a 008 light, was on track to absolutely stomp Jansen. But something goes awry and he's forced to coast at the top end. And now we'll bring up Terry Langdon Davies and Dale Jansen. Dale did not make the call, so Terry Langdon Davies running by himself. And looking like Ken Christensen also unable to make it. So Henry Zacharias will also get a single pass. So round 3 of Door Slammers. We'll see Devin Jansen as the bye, Ray Bruciani versus Henry Zacharias, Kerry Young versus Terry Langdon Daves, and Howie Winklehorst versus Otto Schulte. So we'll roll into McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. First round of eliminations on the afternoon. We'll start it off with John DePort. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. All juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 3 and 4. Thunder the 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. John DePork not able to outlast his opponent. As the driver here is facing against, doesn't have anything on file still, but his opponent goes 1072 on the 1060 dial for the win. We'll bring up Dan Gray and Keith Armstrong, 1170 to an 859. The 803 Ford pickup for Great Performance Motorsports goes up against the A&A Performance and the Meat Dog Camaro, with that 462 cubic inch small block Chevy motor, 1170 to an 859. For Dan Gray, but you might get some help with the sluggish start of Keith Armstrong. Top man, it's going to be Gray, and well, that race a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be, but Keith Armstrong tries him in, not able to get the job done. We'll bring up Grant Clone with the A&A Performance Chassis Ford. The Fairlane dials in 862 against Jim Van Cleve's Fairlane, which dials in at an 837. His first time racing here since 1978 for the driver out of Morton, Washington. track, top end. Van Cleve moves on. Got him on the whole shot as Grant Clone going to be bumped out as a result. We'll bring up Keith Winterbottom and Rich Graves. The Rags to Riches Top Shop Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Camaro dials in 918 against Rich Graves with the 67 El Camino dialing into the 1151. And Rich Graves going to be sent packing with that one as Keith Winterbottom will move into the second round. Now we'll bring up Scott Winterbottom and Jamie Roth. Dials in at 932 against the Shitkin Racing. Leaving Jamie Roth to move into the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Pro Bracket and Sportsman on standby. Pro Bracket and Sportsman, this is your standby call. So Dale Bosnick, going to be out here on a comp single with this one. The Mustang on Maple Ridge dials in at 1025. Was set to race against another, but that's not going to happen. And Will Zork will come up here with the bye. So round number 2, we'll see Will Zork go up against Dan Gray. Dale Paz will face off against Tim Driver as well. Jamie Roth and Keith Winterbottom will have the bye run into the semis. Well, how about this? Apparently this is a pro mod from what I'm hearing. It's out for a test pass. It's Jay Severston's new car. Apparently that is a 1950s Corvette. Never seen one that looks quite like that. I thought it was straight out of the Hot Wheels. Well, the car launched soft, and then the wheels started spinning, and they sure didn't stop. So he's going to shut that off early at coast. Probably a wise move. – Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need pro bracket to the staging lanes. Pro bracket to the staging lanes. Pro bracket coming up to the staging lanes. So we're back into Junior Street for the quarterfinals. Josh Klosky will kick things off by going red. Oh, sorry, these are the semifinals. So Josh Klosky going to be going into the... Jackson Dew going to be going into the final round. There we go. Look at me not being able to read a ladder. Jackson Dew going into the final round. Josh Klosky turns on the red light. He'll be out in the semis. And now the question is, who faces Jackson Dew? Will it be Taryn Monroe with the A&M Marketing Group Chevy down in the 1120, or will it be David Stobie with the Stobie Excavating Camaro dialed in at 985? And the answer to that question, it's going to be Taryn. Taryn Monroe will race against Jackson Dew in the final round of Peated Industries Junior Street. So back into the semifinals of Junior Thunder. Nash Gallant, Ashton Katnick. The No Ron Truck and Body Local Auto Parts and BDL Auto Dragster dials in 1207. The Lordco Auto Parts TK Performance Dragster of Katnick dials in 896. Well, we have our first finalist. It's going to be Ashton Katnick as he takes the win away from Nash Gallant. Now the question is going to be, does Katnick face Alex or Jack Green? It's going to be one of the Greens. Both drivers for True North Mechanical and Lordco Auto Parts. Alex dials in 890. Jack dials in 1190. It's going to be Ashton Katnick versus Alex Green as Jack Green goes red on the tree. So your Junior Thunder final is set. And now we'll see if the Lightning final will pan out just as interesting. Looking like Nick Bond will get the bye run. So we know Bond's going to be into the final. That much is for certain. So who faces Bond? Will it be Isabella Marshall? Will it be Connor Jackson? One driver represents Canco Petroleum and DeSilva Auto World. The other represents TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, and Rodrigue Family Racing. Both of them are dialed at 790, just like your other finalist, Nick Bond. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need Sportsman to the lanes, Sportsman to the lanes, and Super Pro on standby. That is Sportsman to the lanes and Super Pro on standby. it'll be Isabella Marshall taking it by 16th thou. So Isabella Marshall and Nick Bond face off in the final.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those we demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in the factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
So rolling back in the National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket, Brendan Piskacek and Ross Walker, the next pairing up as the Dubuque Racing and Motor in Canada with Thomas Ford Mustang dials in 13-16. Walker dials in the Precious Chevrolet Chevy 2 at a 10-13. Kicking off round 3 of eliminations for National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket. Away on green lights as Walker trying to chase down Piskacek to the quarter. And that will go the way of Brendan Piskacek as Ross Walker not able to chase him down enough. Lost that one down to the starting line. Now it's John DeBack and Lorenz Schwartz. DeBack already out in Super Pro after a double breakout, trying to remain in, but he's got a tough opponent against him. And the Radtor Systems S10 goes in at a 10.52 to Lorenz Schwartz's 10.20. To the quarter, it's going to be John DeBack. As DeBack puts down a 10.59 at 114 miles an hour in the 10.52. John DeBack is moving into the next round. And we'll bring up Craig Johnson now and Nathaniel Copeland. The BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon dials in 10.55 against Copeland's Malibu dialed at 12.57. Johnson and Copeland up to the top end. Johnson takes that one away as Nathaniel Copeland is bumped out. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to the lanes, Super Pro to the lanes. We need Super Pro to the lanes. So Chris Stone back up now against Steve Baskerville. The Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart going up against the 5-liter Mustang of Baskerville, dialed in at 12.54. Quarter mile, that one's going to go the way of Chris Stone as Baskerville is out again. 1 thou off the dial, but down by a good 800ths on the tree. Kalen Bollinger up next now against Kevin McCauley, 1382 to a 1258. Bollinger trying to stay out in front. McCauley on the charge. But Bollinger's got 400s in the back pocket from the tree. McCauley pulls out. And Bollinger took out too much, went 1440 on the 1382 dial. Something definitely went wrong during that run at the end. So we'll bring up Joel Smith and Stormy Newcomb. 1510 to a 1289. Now rolling into Sportsman. That one's going to go the way of Newcomb as Joel Smith goes red. So Nick Douglas will face Stormy Newcomb in the final, or in the semifinals. And the last pairing here in Sportsman. This to see who races Kevin McCauley in the semifinals. It'll be either Haley Christensen, who dials in at 1279, or it'll be Brendan Piskacek, who dials in at 1322. And that one up at the top end, it'll be Piskacek going on to face off against Kevin McCauley. Once again, we have made the call for Super Pro to come back down to the staging lanes. So Super Pro, if you have not made your way on back to the lanes, please do so. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need motorcycles to lane 6 and Hot Rod on standby. That is motorcycles to lane 6. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod to the lanes, and Door Slammers, you are on standby. Hot Rod to the lanes, Door Slammers on standby. So we roll into round number 3 of Super Pro. Daryl Tippy, Warren Jacobson will square off a 1059 for the Chevy 2 against the 1087 in the right lane. Daryl Tippy going to be moving on into the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need door slammers to the lanes, door slammers to the lanes. Door slammers, make your way on up to the lanes. That is door slammers to the lanes. And we're going to put super shifters on a standby. Looking to go to the top end of the racetrack here, and it's going to be Colton Moran moving on as Johnson breaks out. Ted Bus and Dave still with the next two up, a 906 to a 1064. So Ted Bus gonna be looking to move on to the next round. On the red light against Dan Parsons. So Justin Bond is going to be having to watch the rest of this one from the sidelines. Dan Parsons goes into the next round, and we'll bring up Stefan Robert, who has the bye. Here comes our first final of the day. It's going to be Wild Bill. Bring it up over here. Dwayne Stevens and Anna Donaldson will face off against each other in the semifinals. Stevens going to go for a Hayabusa, dialed in at 954. Donaldson running the 2007 Yamaha from 150 mile down in at 11:52. Anna Donaldson will move into the final round, and she'll face off against Wild Bill to close out Mount Severe Harley-Davidson motorcycles later on this afternoon. And it looks like Bill just going to break the beams, not wanting to make a full pull on the Kawasaki. So we'll bring up Roland Lowen as the bye run here in Old Carson, Colorado. So Lowen is into the final round. Now who will face him? Will it be Terry Hookstins or will it be Lauren Dufour? Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need super shifters. We need super shifters to the lanes, super shifters to the lanes. That is super shifters to the lanes, as well as door slammers. Door slammers, we are waiting on you in the lanes. Door slammers and super shifters, come on down to the lanes. Door slammers and super shifters to the lanes.
So, Nolan, you holding out okay?
Oh, we're doing fine up here.
Excellent. So here we go. Terry Hoogstens taking on Lauren Dufour. Just a little over 4 seconds will be the gap back here at the starting line. That's a fairly big one. So Terry Hoogstens. There he goes. His 4 seconds head start. 50 thousandths of waiting long enough, but cuts it a little short, turns the red light on, simultaneously turning on Terry Hoogstens' win light, and Terry will count himself as fortunate as he was a less than stellar 192 on the tree. So he was there for the taking, but he's moving on. Does that set up our final round?
It sure does. It's going to be Terry Hoogstens and Roland Lowen with the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor into the final round.
Very cool. A couple of 12-second cars going to face off in the final round. That'll be coming up shortly. Looks like Door Slammers is going to be the next class to go down the track. What round are they in, Nolan?
They are entering round number 3.
I see. So we're winding our way through the rounds here in everything, including race number 1 for all the classes that are taking part in a doubleheader today.
Current round 3 matchups. Devin Jansen's got the bye run. Then it's Rusiani versus Zacharias, Young versus Davies, and Winkelhorst versus Schulte. Now Henry Zacharias and Terry Langdon Davies, they both got in off of comp single runs, as both Ken Christensen and Dale Jansen failed to make the call in round number 2, which sees us set up our round 3 of eliminations for the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Door Slammers. And looks like we're going to start things off here with the bye.
So Devin Jansen from Armstrong, BC. Dairy farming family. Trial right here in the middle of eliminations. Goes 0.53, then 8.68. His prediction was 8.67. So he's right there where he needs to be. Now Kerry Young and Terry Langdon Davies. Langdon Davies in the black and purple Willys, right-hand lane. Dialed in at 8.19. So Kerry Young's going to get the handicap start on the starting line. Little S10, dialed 8.45. Small block Chevrolet, making use of a nitrous bottle. So 26 100ths of a second separate. Just 5 thou separate them by the reaction times. At the finish line, Terry Langdon Davies turns the win light on. Quite handy. Nobody really close to their dials. Langdon Davies getting there first. He'll be back for round number 4. Now Otto Schulte and Howie Winkelhorst. So Nolan, you're doing a fine job up here. I'm going to leave you to it.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck in your next round, John. Otto Schulte and Howie Winkelhorst, the next pairing up here in round 3 of Door Slammer action. As the Cavalier takes off after the Bel Air. Top end of the racetrack, it's going to go the way of Otto Schulte by 0.02 of a second. Puts himself in to the semifinals.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragster Junior Street. We need you down to the staging lanes. Stay tuned. Auto repair junior classes. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Hey, attention in the pits out there. We're going to put Pro, Sportsman, and Super Pro all on a standby. Pro, Sportsman, and Super Pro, you guys are all on standby. Juniors, you should be making your way down to the staging lanes right now.
So we're back with Door Slammer action, and it's the final pair of round 3 as Henry Zacharias will face off against Ray Rusiani. The 1953 Corvette dials in 771. Rusiani dials in 847 for the 1966 Chevy 2.
National Tire Wholesale Pro category and our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We're going to call you down to the lanes, both Pro and Sportsman. We need you down to the staging lanes, please, to be laddered. Pro and Sportsman, you can make your way down to be laddered. Super Pro, you're on a standby. Be ready to go.
So our semifinal round is set. Indoor slammers, it's going to be Devin Jansen and Ray Rusiani going up against Terry Langdon Davies and Otto Schulte. And they'll be back up shortly. Dale Pause will read the first one up as we roll back into McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. $10.38 to a $10.57. Seven cars remain in competition. There will be 4 after this next round. Breakout for Dale Posnick, and he will be out. His opponent is in. Dan Gray and Will Zord, the next pairing up with an 11.70 to an 11.13.
Pro and Sportsman, you should be on your way down to the staging lanes.
Will Zork going to go in and make himself with a good run. So Will Zork is going to be in against Steve Braithwaite in the semifinal round. Now we try to see who will face Keith Winterbottom on the other portion of the ladder. It will be either Jamie Roth or it'll be Jim Van Cleve. We got a race, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be Van Cleve. So Jim Van Cleve will face off against Keith Winterbottom in the semis, while Will Zork faces Steve Braithwaite. And now our first final of the day, Junior Street. So Tara Monroe and Jackson Dew, the A&M Marketing Group Chevy pickup, dials in 11.29 to the 8th mile. Jackson Dew with a 1996 GMC dials in 11.23. One driver's pre-staged, the other bumping in just alongside. Red light for Jackson Dew, and it's going to be Taryn Monroe going to victory lane for the first race of the doubleheader this afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Craig Johnson. We're waiting on you there, Craig. We need you down to the staging lanes, please. Craig Johnson, we need you to the staging lanes. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque System Super Pro. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes, please. Rad Torque System Super Pro. Please come on down to the lanes to be laddered.
So your Junior Thunder finalists, with burnouts complete, Alex Green races under the colors of True North Mechanical, Lorco Auto Parts, and Green Brothers Racing. He dials in 896. To his right, Ashton Katnick for TK Performance and Lorco Auto Parts, dials in 894. Alex has had to take out two of his brothers this afternoon. Now needs to take out just one more. By 7,000ths of a second. And it's going to go the way of Ashton Katnick, who takes that one away at the 8th mile.
Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, Rad Torque System, Super Pro. Get you down to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby.
Junior Lightning, the next final up, and it's going to be Nick Bond versus Isabella Marshall. The JBS equipment track, so dials in 803. Marshall dials in 791 for the Kenco Petroleum and DeSilva Auto World Dragster. Two green lights. This one for the 8th. Getting there first, it's going to be Nick Bond. Nick Bond will take home the win in Junior Lightning, and that closes out all junior categories for race number 11. They'll be back with race 12 later this afternoon. Now it's the final for motorcycles. So Matthew Harley-Davidson motorcycles will be the next ones to bear. And this one is the final. Wild Bill will bring his machine, dials in 910 for the Wild Racing Kawasaki. On the right lane, dialed in at 1152. Thanking Sam Jensen from Personal Real Estate, along with special thanks going out to Kim Jong-Kim, Derek Shirk. It's the Hellfire Racing 2007 Yamaha from 150 Mile, ridden by Anna Donaldson. Street bike versus race bike. Can Anna Donaldson take her first win of the season? Top end of the racetrack. No! It's a double breakout. Anna Donaldson going to be out. And Donaldson 63 under. Wild Bill only 6. Wild Bill with one of his first wins of the 2025 campaign. So up next, it'll be the quarterfinal round of National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Chris Stone and Brandon Piskacek, the first two up in Pro Bracket. And the first one out will be Piskacek. Chris Stone getting there first and taking out the 612P 1990 Ford Mustang Fox body. Now, it's John DeBack and Craig Johnson. DeBack trying to remain in competition. Seeing if he can go into the semis.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod. Hot Rod, Old Car Center, Hot Rod, we need you down to the staging lanes, please. And Canada West Door Slammers as well. Old Car Center, Hot Rod, and Canada West Door Slammers.
We got a big race here. Identical reaction times from Tabak and Johnson. Top end, it's Tabak by 1 thou. Pulling it out at the top end of the racetrack. 0.18.9 to an 0.18.5 on the tree. And Tabak takes it by 1. So Chris Stone and John Tabak in the final round for National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket.
Door Slammers, you guys are on a standby out there. Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are on a standby. Old Car Center, Hot Rod, we need you down to the staging lanes. BC Super Shifters, McLeod Clutches, BC Super Shifters, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes as well, too. So Hot Rod and Super Shifters, make your way down to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammer, you guys are on a standby.
We roll back into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, Nick Douglas and Stormy Newcomb. The Super B dials in 1256. Newcomb dials in 1289 for the Acro Machine and Paving Hill Machine and SBB Racing 1999 Chevy S10. Double breakout. Stormy Newcomb got there first, but is under by 21. Douglas only under by 6. Douglas the first into the final. Now who will face him? Will it be Kevin McCulley with the Malibu wagon? Or will it be Piskacek with the Fox body? So Piskacek going to go in with a 13:32 and 90 miles an hour. And it'll be Piskacek versus Nick Douglas in the final.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Just wanted to update you there, Door Slammers. You guys can stand down for a little bit. We realize that it's only been about 20 minutes, so we're just going to give you some more time. So don't worry there, Door Slammers. You got some more time. So stand down for a little bit. We'll put you on a standby in a little bit here when we're ready to go with you. Super Shifters, you should be making your way down to the staging lanes. And juniors, you guys are on standby for your first round of qualifying. Juniors, you're on standby for your first round of qualifying for the race number 2.
So quarterfinal round then for Super Pro. Started off with Dan Parsons and Stephen Robert at the top end. It's going to be a double breakout, favored to Robert. Got there first, under by less, so yep, fair enough, that tracks. Wow, Ted Buss with a massive fault on that one as Daryl Tippy going to be moving on. Colton Moore then's got the bye run into the semis. So Daryl Tippy and Colton Moore will square off in the semifinals. Stefan Rabo will get the bye into the final round. So the final of Old Car Center Hot Rod. Roland Lowen. Run of the Lordco Auto Parts 1955 Meteor dialed at 1297. Terry Hooksteds in his Chevrolet dials in 1208 out of Maple Ridge. This final will be decided at the quarter. And at the top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Terry Hookstens moving on as he takes that car to victory lane. So Lowen may be a finalist, but Hookstens will come home and best him going into victory lane in the Old Car Center Hot Rod for race 11.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Super shifters, we need you to the staging lanes. Super shifters, we are waiting on you here. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Mr. Keith Winterbottom, we need you down to the staging lanes. We're waiting on you, Keith. Keith Winterbottom, we need you for super shifters. And stay tuned to auto repair junior classes. You guys are on standby for your first qualifier of race number 2. Door slammers, we're going to run you after the juniors. So you got a little bit of time here, don't worry, but be prepared. We're going to run your next round of eliminations after the juniors here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stay tuned. Auto repair junior classes. We're going to call you down to the lanes for first qualifier of race number 2. So stay tuned. Auto repair junior classes. Junior street lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. You guys know the deal.
So we're back up with McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters in the semifinal round, and it's going to be Will Zorick and Steve Braithwaite looking to fight to see who will face off against either Keith Winterbottom or his opponent over on the far side. Taking his Bel Air into the final round of McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. And Zorick will now have to face off against either Keith Winterbottom or Jim Van Cleve. Camaro versus Fairlane. $9.14 dialed in against an 8:39. Both cars away. Van Cleve in hot pursuit of Winterbottom, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be Keith Winterbottom by 1,000th of a second. So Zorick And Winterbottom in the final for McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters.
Okay, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Juniors, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're not, you're very late. Juniors, make your way down to the staging lanes for Q1 of race number 2. We're going to get our National Tire Wholesale Pro Final to the staging lanes, please. National Tire Wholesale Pro Final to the staging lanes, as well as our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman Final and our Rad Torque System Super Pro Semi-Final. So Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro, please make your way down to the staging lanes for your guys' respective finals and semi-final. Canada West Door Slammers, we're going to put you on an actual standby now. So Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are on standby.
So our junior class is already rolling through their second races qualifying session. Of course, 2 races today, races 11 and 12, trying to make up for some of the rainouts that we had earlier on in the year. With race 1 already in the books, and with us waiting on a few of our finalists, figured, yeah, you know what, may as well. Let's get qualifying for the juniors out of the way so they could go straight into it for race number 2 into the evening. So Junior Street just finished their effort, and Juniors Thunder and Lightning should be just around the corner.
Okay, we're in here into our junior lightning qualifying now. We got Connor Jackson here in the left lane, April Bond in the right lane. Doing some qualifying for our race number 2. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers. We're going to make a call for you to come on down to the staging lanes, please. Canada West door slammers. We're going to make a call for you to come on down to the staging lanes. And Connor Jackson going 799. April Bond 793. Connor was 067 on the tree, and April was red light 026 in the red. Next pair up is going to be Nick Bond, our back-to-back champion this weekend. So looking like he's going to see if he can go for 3 times in a row here, 3 times the champ. With Bentley Johnson over there in the right lane. So how's this for weird? Nick Bond goes 026 with a 6 red. And April Bond, his sister, also went 026 with a 6 red. Identical red lights. Maybe they're twins. Don't think they are. Definitely not. But I don't know. There's some interesting theories here with that. Well, I was kind of hoping that McKenna was going to follow up and try and do the 026 with a 6 thing as well, but she did not. Went 098 to the green. Abigail White with a 027. So that's going to move Abigail into the number 1 qualifier spot right now. To bring up our next pair here, Adeline Duda. Big thanks to the Katnicks driving one of their cars, as she had some issues with her car earlier today. So Adeline in one of the old Katnick cars there. So she's driving that car. She's got Isabella Marshall over there in the right lane. So Adeline Duda going 070 to the red. Isabella Marshall 098 to the green. Isabella going 790 with a 6. Adeline 797 with a 1. It's going to bring up our final pair of junior lightning cars here. It will be Emily White in the left lane here and Adam Katnick over the right lane. Currently, right now, it's looking like Abigail White in the number 1 qualifier position, followed up by Connor Jackson, then Isabella Marshall in the number 3, and McKenna Thompson in the number 4 spot. And with that, we're going to have some shuffling around there. Emily White going 020, taking over the number 1 position, kicking her sister out of that, saying, get back into number 2 because I am number 1 qualifier. So Emily White taking over the number 1 qualifier position. Adam Katnick moving into the number 3 spot, bumping everybody down as well. So our first round ladder for Junior Lightning going to look like this. Emily White will be taking on McKenna Thompson, Adam Katnick versus April Bond, Isabella Marshall versus Adeline Duda. Abigail White will have Bentley Johnson, and Connor Jackson will get Nick Bond first round in our Junior Lightning category. With that, we're going to be moving into our final in Pro, final in Sportsman, and our semifinal in Super Pro, as well as we have door slammers at the back of the lanes there, ready to go. So we got some action coming your way. I believe Nolan's going to take back over here now.
As we're set to close out a few more races from the 11th round of the JBS Equipment ET Series. I see Stone, I see Tabak, I see Douglas, I see Piscacek, so we at least got your pro bracket and sportsman finals waiting in the wings. I see your door slammer semifinalists, I see your super pro, a couple of them. I see your super pro semifinalists back there. Of course, hot rod, bikes, and all the juniors already done, so 2 finals and 2 semifinals. Still to go in race 11.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Mountain View HD, Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle, and Old Car Center Hot Rod. We're going to put you on standby for your first round of qualifying for race number 2. So you guys are on standby.
So the final for National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Chris Stone brings up the Stone Cold Racing, Willowbrook Motors, BG Wagon Master, Lorca Auto Parts, and Mopax. Dodge Dart dials in 1023. John Back bringing up the Rad Torque Systems S10 dials in 1052. Stone running down John Tabak, side by side to the quarter. John Tabak to victory lane. Taking out Chris Stone by 0.02 of a second at the top end. And John Tabak wins the first of the doubleheaders this afternoon. So good points for him going into race number 12. That'll bring up now Nick Douglas going up against Brendan Piscacek this here. The final for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. So Douglas in the Super V dials in 1255. Piscacek for the Buick Racing Motor in Canada with Thomas. Number 612P Ford Mustang Fox Body dials in 1317. Both drivers pre-staged. They're both away. Both on greens. One of them carrying half a second in the back pocket. Douglas closing. And he's going to take the win. So Nick Douglas scores another in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman going into race number 12. So we're going to bring up Stefan Robert, the by runner here in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Semi-final round coming at you. Robert will be the one with the free pass into the final.
Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to be calling down Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle, lanes 1 and 2 for your Q1 of race number 2. As well, we're going to make the call for Old Car Center Hot Rod Q1, lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you'll be in lanes 5 and 6. Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle, 2, please.
Robert going to put down a 9:14 on the 907 dial here in the semifinal round as he goes into the final round. Now the question is, who's going to face off against him?
And attention in the pits out there, Super Shifters, your final is on standby. McLeod, BC, Super Shifters, you guys are on standby right now.
So Robert is in. The driver that faces him will be either Colton Morin with the dragster dialed in at 788, or it'll be Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2 dialed in at 1066. Colton Morin trying to race his way into the final against Stefan Robert. Won't do it though. Daryl Tippy outlasts the dragster, taking that one down to a win. That one looks like was won on the starting line. So your Rad Torque System Super Pro finalists will be Daryl Tippy and Stefan Robert. And now your Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Door Slammers semifinals are just around the corner. So the first pair, Ray Rusiani for the Dexley Paws Chevy 2 dials in 847 to Devin Jansen with the 1970 Nova dialed in 868. And at the quarter-mile mark, that one's going to go the way of Ray Rusiani. Rusiani taking on the wind light in the left lane. Now, he's got two potential opponents. Those two drivers being either Terry Langdon Davies with the Langdon Davies Concrete Willys, or Otto Schulte with the 2005 Cavalier? Well, it was supposed to be Otto Schulte and Terry Langdon Davies. Unfortunately, Otto Schulte's car broke in the lanes. They could not get it fired up. So Terry Langdon Davis will be on a single pass, and he will face off against Ray Rusiani for the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Door Slammers final in a little bit here.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes for your final round. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. You can make your way down to the staging lanes for your final round, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits as well. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, your final. We are going to run you in a bit here, so you're on standby. The Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final, you are on standby. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Final call for Hot Rod Q1. Final call for Hot Rod Q1. If you're going to be running, you got to make your way down, please. And we are also looking for our McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters final as well. We're going to put our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final on the standby as we did. So you guys be ready to go pretty quick here too.
So Anna Donaldson and Jody Brickwood up for the first pass in qualifying for Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Jody Brickwood gets there ahead. Going 9:44 at 135 miles an hour. Anna Donaldson, 11:42 at 124. Donaldson went into the final in race 11. Will no doubt be looking to try to do the same in race 12. And here is the current winner in round 11. Wild Bill on the far side in this Kawasaki against Corey Craig with the Black Lightning Hayabusa. Well, that didn't go as planned. Corey Craig having to deal with a bootload of wheel spin off the line and decided not worth the risk. So Wild Bill going to go 9-10 at 141 miles an hour, and Corey Craig on a slow cruise.
Well, time to run the next one down track alongside Dwayne Stevens. Turan going to go 868 at $154. Stevens 961 at 148. As we continue to fight our way through the lone round and qualify for Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Really picking up the front wheel of that one. Gets her settled back down. Daryl Storzuk gonna go with an 865 at $149. Domjin goes 1142 at 132, but bit of a scare there on that one. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro finalists to the lanes. Super Pro finalists to the lanes. That is Super Pro finalists to the lanes. And juniors on standby for first round of eliminations. Hookston's going to go 12:04 at 109, while Lowen goes 13:05 at 99.
So the final of McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. Keith Winterbottom running the rags to riches Top Shop Lordco Auto Parts Camaro, dialed in at 9:14. He leaves second by almost a 2-second margin. In fact, over a 2-second margin. The driver with the head start, Will Zorick, with his 1962 Bel Air, dialed at 11:19. Winterbottom, but Winterbottom's got him dead to rights on the tree. Top end, Keith Winterbottom will take the win in McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters.
Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Mr. Robert, we're looking for you down here for your Super Pro final. Sounds like you're driving down right now, so ignore that if you are. Hey, attention in the pits there, attention in the pits. Stay tuned, auto repair junior categories, junior lightning, junior thunder, junior street. We're going to make the call for you to come on down to the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Stay tuned, auto repair, junior street, junior thunder, junior lightning. Make your way down to the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. And we're going to put National Tire Wholesale Pro on a standby for your Q1 of race number 2.
So here we go, the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final round. Stephen Robert brings up the Evil Bucket Chevy Roadster, dials in 907. Daryl Tippy runs the 1962 Chevy 2, dialed in 1066. And problems settled in for Roberts as he goes big time red on the tree. Daryl Tippy walks it off in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro.
So that's going to bring up our first pair here in our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street category, which is Tyler Smith taking on James McNeil. Tyler Smith dialed in with a 1099. James McNeil with a 1024 in the 2013 Mighty Titan, he calls that thing. And Tyler Smith going to move on into the second round of Junior Street, taking the win, going 11.03 on the 1099. Tyler was 0.10 on the tree. James McNeil going 10.31 on the 1024. Bringing up our next pair, Riker Tosin here in the 92 F-150. Taking on Josh Klosky over there in that 90 S10 Blazer. Josh dialed in with a 907, Riker with a 1042. And Riker, unfortunately, turning on the red light. So Josh Klosky going to move on to the next round, going 917 on the 907. Let's bring up our next pair, Cash in the 86 Mustang, dialed in with 1133. Facing off against Jack Johnson over there in the 2004 Chevy pickup, dialed in with a 1107. And Cash is going to take the win there, going 11:34 on the 11:33. Cash with a double 0-2 reaction time, taking out Jack Johnson there. So Cash going to move on into the second round. Bringing up Josephine Smith and Jenna Monroe. Josephine in the left lane, dialed in with a 982. Jenna in the right lane, dialed in with an 1115. And Josephine Smith going to move on to the second round here, going 985 on the 982. Josephine 164 on the tree. Jenna was an 1103 breaking out on the 1115 dial. It's going to bring up Lyndon Reynolds in the 98 Acura Integra. Very first race this weekend for Lyndon. Just came out and licensed on Friday there, so fantastic. Awesome to see. We love getting more Junior Street kids out here. Lyndon dialed in with an 1183 against Shelby McNeil over there in the 2010 Nissan, dialed in with a 994. That Nissan actually goes pretty quick. So Shelby McNeil going to move on into the next round, going 10:08 on the 994, taking the green light. Lyndon breaking out big time, going 11:43 on the 11:83. Which is going to bring up Sophia Getz in the F250, taking on David Stobie over there in that 97 Camaro. Sophia dialed in with a 937, David with a 10:01. So National Tire Wholesale Pro, you guys are on standby out there. We're going to call you down just shortly here for Q1 of race number 2. Sophia Getz taking the win there, going 949 on the 937. David Stobie was a 1019 on the 1001. Sophia going to move on to the second round. Bringing up our final pair here, which is oddly enough, Taryn Monroe versus Jackson Dew, who Taryn and Jackson were our finalists in race number 1. Also our finalists last night. So they've raced each other 3 times now, but the previous 2 times were both in the final round. So I think both times this time they probably kind of looked at each other and went, hey, we know what we're doing, but we wish this was back in the final round again. So Taryn Monroe moving on, going 1140 on the 1134, 068 on the tree. Jackson was 025, but broke out with an 1124 on the 1128. That's going to set our ladder for our junior street category. That's going to take us into round 2 for our junior street category, which we're going to move into our first round of eliminations here of our junior thunder category. Our first pair up here in Junior Thunder is Cadence Rodrigue versus Owen Tater Tot Armstrong. Cadence dialed in with an 890, Owen with an 1190. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes, please. National Tire Wholesale Pro will get you down to the staging lanes for your Q1 of race number 2 here. As well, we're going to put Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman on standby. So if you fell asleep out there, you're waiting for race number 2, wake up, because we're running race number 2 now. So Pro will get you down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. Owen Armstrong turning on the red light, and Cadence Rodriguez going to move on into the second round here. Owen was 110 to the red, 1175 on the 1190, breaking out big time. Cadence was an 891 on the 890, was 137 on the tree. So Cadence going to move to the second round. It's going to bring up our next pair, Hunter Gallant taking on Pearson Mass. Hunter dialed in with a 890 and Pearson with a 1221. Two green lights, and Hunter Gallant going to take the stripe, going 897 on the 890. Hunter was 083 on the tree. Pearson Mass was 1223 on the 1221, but was 166 on the tree. So Hunter Gallant going to take the win there and move on into the second round. Going to bring up our next pair, Nate Green and Jackson White. Nate Green dialed in with a 890. Jackson White dialed in with a 1485. So Jackson leaving a little too early. Nate Green going to get the win there, going 889 on the 890, but didn't matter as Jackson was very, very red. So Nate Green going to move into second round. We're just going to bring up Wes Armstrong and Jack Green. Wes Armstrong dialed in with a 948. Jack Green with a 1198. Jack red light over the right lane, which means Wes Armstrong going to move on to the second round, taking the win here. Wes going 946 with a 7 on the 948. Jack was a 1203 on the 1198, but was 022 red. So Wes Armstrong going to move into the second round. Going to bring up our next pair, Hunter Thompson and Dallas Jackson. Hunter Thompson dialed in with an 899. Dallas Jackson with an 1190. Dallas over there in the Lordco lane on the right side, and Hunter here in the TCS lane on the left side. So Hunter Thompson going 9:09 on the 899 was 0:27 on the tree, taking the win there. Dallas Jackson was 11:88, breaking out on the 1190. It's going to bring up Ashton Katnick and Nash Gallant. Ashton in the left lane here, dialed in with a 9:10, and Nash in the right lane with a 12:07 up there. So Ashton Katnick taking the win there, going 9:13 on the 9:10. 078 on the tree. Nash Gallant was 12:18 on the 12:07. 171 on the tree. So Ashton Katnick. It's going to bring up our final Junior Thunder pair, which is Alex Green and Grayson Mass. Alex Green had an 890 up on the board, went 892, but Grayson a 909 on the 904, but was 032 on the tree. Alex 081, so Grayson Mass moving into the second round here, taking the win, which is going to move us into our Junior Lightning category. I believe John's going to hop on the mic, take back over for a little bit here before he goes back to racing.
Thank you, Kevin. Good job, by the way. So here we are, race number 2. Sunday afternoon at Mission Raceway Park. Under blue skies and sunshine. Connor Jackson and Nick Bond. Connor Jackson, tower side. Got the pre-stage bulb lit. Nick Bond is in the Lordco lane. 3 bulbs lit. Waiting for Nick to get in. He's in. Couple of green lights. Difference between them. At the finish line, it is Connor Jackson with the win light on. How about dead 4? 054 up front, 797 with a 4 on the 797 dial. Nick Bond to the stripe first. However, he is under 802 on the 807 dial. So Connor Jackson moving on. Now Emily White and McKenna Thompson. McKenna Thompson in the right lane. Dialed 799. Emma White tower side in the TCS lane, dialed 908. So Emily White in the left lane will leave first. So get a little over 1 second head start. So this one gets decided on the starting line. Emily White turns it red by 15 thousandths. McKenna Thompson, 091 in green. So moving on to round number 2. That's going to bring up Isabella Marshall along with Adeline Duda. Isabella Marshall racing for Canco. And De Silva Auto World, sorry. Adeline Duda in the right lane for KJL Holdings, along with Performance World and Alder Automotive. So just 6/100ths separate them by the dials. Adeline Duda will get the handicap on the tree. Dialed in at 796, Isabella Marshall. Is dialed as quick as she legally can dial. 790. So Adeline Duda with the win light, 797 on the 796, one above. Had a little bit of a starting line advantage. She's moving on to round number 2. Now, Abigail White and Bentley Johnson. Bentley Johnson in the right lane, dialed 790. Abigail White left lane, dialed 793. So almost a heads-up race. Just 3/100ths of a second separate them by the dials. So that'll be the handicap start. Going to Abigail White over here in the left side of the racetrack, the TCS lane. Couple of green lights. Finish line says it's Bentley Johnson. 797 on the 790 gets the job done. Bentley Johnson had the advantage on the starting line and parlayed that into a victory at the finish line. Now April Bond and Adam Katnick. So Adam Katnick in the right lane, dialed 790. That car quite capable of running 790. April Bond for JBS Equipment over here tower side. April dialed in 794, so 4/100ths of a second will be the handicap this time. So Adam Katnick pedals it for the first time at the 60-foot mark. Goes 794 on the 790. April Bond gets to the finish line first, goes 799 on the 794. So starting line advantage in the left lane for April Bond. We'll see her back in round number 2. And I do believe that's going to do it for round number 1 of our junior classes. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need sportsmen to the lanes, please. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your one and only qualifying run. Well, time trial. So once again, we're looking for sportsmen in the staging lanes. we're giving a standby call to Super Pro. Super Pro, get ready to go. Next around the corner will be Pro Bracket for their one and only time trial. I'm going to take my Super Pro hit, and that's it. That was Willie, right? So here we go, Pro Bracket time trials. Ralph Ehlers coming up, right-hand lane, retired bus driver.
Yeah, we just have Door Slammer left for their final for race 1, but everything else is all into race 2 now.
Steve Baskerville, Towerside, Baskerville, the 2022 Mustang. Ehlers also in a Mustang. His just a couple years older, like 31 years older. Just a couple. Chevrolet Power over there in the right lane. 6-liter LS combo. Steve Baskerville flickers the bulb on the way in. I'm not sure what happened to Baskerville there. So both drivers with less than super reaction times. Ralph Ehlers with a 1085, 123 mile an hour pass. Oh, 10 on the tree. Nice job there, buddy. Just been doing some solid racing as of late. Goes 11:47 in the Camaro. The screen says pronounced Lefebvre. Well, old habits die hard. Said it wrong for a lot of years. Nathaniel Copeland in the left lane behind the wheel of the Malibu. And Jeff Nyland in blue or blur bin. I say bluefin. That's who's helping out Jeff Nyland with the S10 you see in the right lane. 1160 for the S10, 1260 for the Malibu. Now Rob Getz and John McLean. So Rob Getz, winner at Door Wars in the inaugural No Time Index class. Rob Getz goes down in history as being the first winner. So John McLean, 1969 Ford Falcon. Goes 1118, 119 miles an hour. Rob Getz, 1195, 119. Now Dell up in his Nova. Del Northgraves. Man, I wish I had Anna's memory. I recognize the car. That's why so he is. Del Northgraves in the right lane. Dennis Winton in the left. The out-of-time Impala, or Bel Air rather. 10:46 for Northgraves in the right lane. 128 miles an hour. Now Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Nova. And Brendan Piscasek. So Piscasek made it to 4 cars in Pro before dropping out, then went to the final in Sportsman and couldn't get it done, but great driving so far. 13:26 for Brandon. Mal Patterson goes 10:22. Now Rob Monroe Jr. in a blue Camaro over there in the right lane. Should we ask Anna if she knows who it is off the top of her head? Well, we've broken the streak. So Rob Monroe goes 10:51 in the blue Nova. The blue Camaro goes 12:44. Couple of Chevelles, 71 and a 72. Steve McKenzie in the right lane. Walter Johnson in the left. McKenzie with a big block under the hood. Johnson with an LS. Top end, big block gets there first. Steve McKenzie with a 1098. Walter Johnson with an 1126. Now Lorenz Schwartz and Matt Warner. Matt Warner in the Mercury. Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo lights the third bulb, waiting on Matt Warner. Here we go. Couple of red lights. Matt a little redder than Lorenz. Top end, Lorenz Schwartz 1022. Matt Warner 1058. Now Nick Douglas, winner of race number 1 in Sportsman. Hello out there, Kaylin Bollinger. Kaylin Bollinger, we need you to get to your car, please. Kaylin Bollinger, please return to your car. There's Dad, Ray Bollinger, out on the track right now. Goes 007. Nice job, Dad. Then 1074 in the big Pontiac. Nick Douglas, meanwhile, missed the tree a little bit, then went 1244. Couple of second-gen Novas. Both 66s. Terry Hoogstens and Ross Walker. Hoogstens in the left lane. Out of Maple Ridge. Ross Walker, 001. Pretty stout, then 1016. Terry Hoogstens goes 1206. He was 024 up front. Now Andy Klosky and Chris Stone. Chris Stone right lane. Stone Cold Racing Darts. Klosky also in a dart. Stone out front stops the clocks with a 10:26, 130 mile an hour pass. Andy Klosky goes 11:15. And it looks like that's going to do it for Pro Bracket. Here comes Sportsman. So Joel Smith and Darren Martin. Darren Martin in the right lane. Joel Smith in the left. Zap Strap Racing goes 15:16 at 90 miles an hour in the left lane. 18:59, the number in the right lane, at just 76 miles an hour. That's going to set up a couple of ladies. I do believe they faced off in race number 1, with Haley Christensen getting the nod. So Veronica Hodgson, left lane, Haley Christensen in the right. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Super Pro. 2 to the lanes, please. Super Pro. 2 to the lanes. 4, your one and only time trial for race number 2. Super Pro to the lanes. We're also going to make the call now for our Door Slammers finalists. Door Slammers final round. We need you to the lanes as well. Super Pro and Door Slammers finalists to the lanes, please. Chevy pickup in the left lane. Jessica Armstrong in the right. So I'm going to make this prediction. Jessica Armstrong will not be the number 1 qualifier for race number 2. Now Daniel Piskacek and Mitch. Apparently Mitch does not have a last name. Way back when, his mom thought, let's just keep this really simple. Just give him one name. So Mitch, the 67 Falcon, right lane. So again, we need Super Pro and our Door Slammers finalists to the lanes, please. In the right lane. Little step side S10. So it's Eric Hansen to the top first, 12:33 at 107. Stormy Newcomb with a 12:96 at 101. So with that, I'm going to go get ready to make a run in Super Pro. I'll turn the mic over to Kevin Ness once again.
Well, thank you there, John. I'm back. I just went and got myself some chicken strips and fries from the concession. They are still open, so if you're looking for some food here, go by the concession or the pro shop, go get yourself some snacks, get yourself some food, get yourself some swag. It's all there. cold drinks, everything you need. So that's right, Super Pro. Super Pro, you should be coming down on the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Door slammers, we made the call for your final round. Door slammer, final round, lanes 5. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daryl Storzak, if you can hear us out there, we need you to come from to the second floor of the timing tower. Oh, I'm getting my words mixed up. Daryl Storzak, we need you at the second floor of the timing tower, please. Daryl, you're okay. We found it. Don't worry, Daryl. You don't got to come back. Just finishing up a little bit of a track preparation break here as we just had to do a quick spray and a little broom with the tractor here. We're going to move on into our Q1 of Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. After that, we will have our Canada West Door Slammer final. And then we'll be moving into E1 of our motorcycle and hot rod programs. Hey, attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Jack Johnson, if you're still here. Jack Johnson, if you're still here, there's money in the tower for you. If you're not here in exactly 3 minutes and 43 seconds, me and Pat are spending it on something else. Maybe to replace the trophy that Pat just about broke, but Jack Johnson, come get your money or we're going to take it. I'm kidding. We would never do that to you, but there is money here for you. First pair down the track going to be Jason Gibson, Jan Christensen. They are already off the track, so a little behind on that one. But Jason going 975, Jan going 725 in the dragster. That's going to bring up Kevin McNichol and Brad Powell. Kevin in the 67 Nova, Brad over there in the Chevelle. So Kevin McNichol going 10:19, Brad Powell with an 8:52. That also brought up Dave Stobie and Emma Debris-Coos. Dave Stobie going 10:68, Emma with an 8:51. So currently right now, Kevin McNichol, our number one qualifier with a 0:43. John Jenkins going 2:33 to the red, 10:60. So Jeremy Soar is going 7:35 with an 0:12 reaction time. That's going to take him to the top of the sheet. Put him on the number one qualifier spot right now. But yet again, I have a feeling that's probably not going to stick around in number one qualifier. These guys are usually pretty good here. Let's bring up our next pair, Scott Robinson in the Beretta taking on Steve Thorne over there. Steve Thorne going trip zip with a 3 to the red. So trip zip with a 3 to the red, unfortunately. 906 at 154 mile per hour. Scott Robinson 775 at 176 was 042 on the tree. It's going to bring up Warren Jacobson in the 67 Chevy 2 taking on Greg Dowdy in the dragster. So Warren going 1090 at 058 on the tree, 140 mile per hour. If we were running in a super combo right now, Warren would be very happy. 1090 with a 5 on his usual 1090, so always a good thing. Greg Dowdy going 796, 165 mile per hour, 035 on the tree. It's going to bring up Emily Gerard in the left lane and Colton Morin over there in the right lane. Battle of the dragsters here. Colt Morin going 010 on the tree. So that right there is going to push Colt Morin into the number one qualifier spot. We'll see if he can hold on to it. Emily Gerard with an 027, 752 at 178. Colton 801 at 165. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Make your way down to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations to be laddered, please. Old Car Center Hot Rod, we're going to put you on standby. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on a standby. Last par up there was Jeevan Brar and Dan Parsons. Jeevan going 10.86. Martin 0.15 on the tree. Brad 0.21. Brad's going to cross stripe first at 10.25. Martin 10.32 at 126. Next pair up is going to be Andy Hatton in the Grinch 69 Camaro taking on Daryl Tippy, our race number 1 winner in Super Pro. 0.14 on the tree, so pretty decent start, I would say. So that's going to bring up Shaylin Svetic in the right lane in the front engine dragster. And Mike Robinson over here in the roadster. Shaylin crossing the beams, 946 at 134. Mike Robinson, 926 at 140. Just gonna bring up John back in the 89 S10 pickup. Got Lorenz Schwartz over there in the right lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you down to the staging lanes to be laddered, please. Old Car Center Hot Rod down to the staging lanes to be laddered, please. So Colton Morin was our number 1 qualifier with a 0.10, but both Lorenz and John Tabak took offense to that. Decided to come out here, and John goes 007, Lorenz goes 005. So, sorry, Colton. Number 1, no more. Down to the number 3 position. Lorenz Schwartz taking over the number 1 qualifier spot right now with a 005. We're going to see if Craig Johnson can take offense to it himself and do better. So Lorenz Schwartz is going to hold on to that top dog spot for number 1 qualifier. So this is our Canada West Door Slammers final round here. Terry Langdon Davies going to his second one in as many races. Was a bridesmaid at the last race, so we'll see if he can be a bride today. Taking on Ray Rusiani. Terry with the slight starting line advantage. He's going to turn it into a win light. He does. Terry Langdon Davies going 825 with a 1 on the 825. He was 026 on the tree. Ray Rusiani was 850 on the 848. So Terry putting together a nice little package there and taking the win. Congratulations, Terry Langdon Davies. Second final round in as many races. This time manages to get the win. So Mr. Jay Syvertson here, out here doing a little test pass in his brand new Pro Mod. Made a couple hits yesterday, didn't go as he planned it. So hopefully he can get a better hit in here. This car's got brake lights on it. I just noticed it. That's cool. So Jay kind of having the same issues he had yesterday, not able to make a very good pull there. But I'm sure he's going to be back to try it again. So with that, we're going to move into our first round of motorcycle eliminations here. Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. Which is going to bring up our first pair here. Anna Donaldson over there in the right lane, dialed in with 1146. Corey Craig here in the left lane with a 790 on the board. So pretty healthy difference in ET here. Corey going to have to sit around for quite some time, almost a full 4 seconds. Bit of a starting line advantage here to Corey. See if he can turn it into a win light. He does not. So Corey Craig, 807 on the 790 was 090 on the tree, but Anna Donaldson 1162 on the 1146. So Anna Donaldson going to move into the second round of our motorcycle category, bringing up our next pair. Wild Bill in the left lane here, and what I believe is Daryl Storzik over there in the right lane. Mr. Bill dialed in with a 910. Daryl with an 860 up on the board. Red light, so Bill McDonald going to move on into the second round. Bill going to try and go to the back-to-back here, winning the first race of the day, see if he can keep going and win the second race of the day as well. So Tom Turan going to take on Dwayne Stevens. Dwayne Stevens going to turn on the red light as well. So Tom Turan going to move on into the second round here. Tom was 067 on the tree, 883 on the 861. Dwayne was 954 with a 4 on the 954. But was red. Hey, attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Stay tuned. Auto repair junior classes. Making the call for you to come down to the staging lanes. Junior classes, we need you down to the staging lanes. That's Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Get your way down here for your next round of eliminations, please. And we're going to put National Tire Wholesale Pro on a standby for your first round of eliminations. This will be our final pair in our motorcycle first round of eliminations. Jody Brickwood in the left lane, dialed in with a 940 against Robert Domjon in the right lane with a 1052. So Robert probably not going to move into the next round. He does not. Was 651 on the tree, 1053 on the 1052 though. Jody was a 967 on the 940, was 223 on the tree. So Jody Brickwood moving on. He's going to face Tom Turan in the second round, and Wild Bill McDonald going to face Anna Donaldson in the second round of motorcycle. It's going to move us into our first round eliminations of Hot Rod. Okay, we are back, and our first pair down the track there was Roland taking the win. Moving on into the second round was 13:04 on the 13:01, 0:24 on the tree. Terry was a 12:07 on the 12:08, 1:57 on the tree. So Roland going to move into second round here. The other Hoogstons, though, Sylvia, doing her job, taking out Rebecca Powell there. So Sylvia dialed in with a 12:18, went 12:25. Rebecca turning on the red light, so unfortunately not going to move on to the second round, but Sylvia is going to move on to the second round of our hot rod category, which is going to bring up Jamie Roth in the 64 Comet and Rob in the 67 Plymouth over there. Jamie dialed in with a 10:13, Rob with a 10:75. On because Jamie Roth turning on the big old red light as well. So Jamie Roth going 0:48 red, which is going to hand the win over to Rob Hodgson, who went 10:76 on the 10:75. So Rob Hodgson going to face off against Roland Lowen in the second round. And we got Rob Monroe Jr. here in hot rod, just going to break the beams, I believe. There you go. And then he's going to back out because he's got juniors coming up here, and he's got to go drive with his daughter, I believe. So Rob taking the win there. And going to move into the second round of Hot Rod, where he'll face off against Sylvia Hoogstons. Which means now with our first round of eliminations of Hot Rod in the books, we're going to move into our second round of Junior Street. Stay tuned, Auto Repair Junior Street eliminations. It's going to bring up our first pair here in our second round of eliminations, which is Josephine Smith and Josh Klosky. So Josephine dialed in with a 986 in the Silverado pickup. Josh Klosky with a 907 in the little S10 Blazer over there. Josh Klosky going to take the win, going 917 on the 907. Josephine breaking out 984 with a 9 on the 986. Josh was 017 on the tree, I believe. My screen just refreshed and went away. Oh, there it is. Josh was 018 on the tree. Josephine was a 117, so that's kind of where the story was told. Just going to bring up our next pair, Tyler Smith here in the 97 Chevy pickup, dialed in with a 1099, taking on Shelby McNeil and that little Nissan over there, 998 up on the board for Shelby. And Shelby McNeil going to move on into the next round. Tyler Smith breaking out 1097 with a 6 on the 1099. Was 055 on the tree. Shelby was 047, 1001 on the 998. So that's going to bring up Taryn Monroe and Sophia Getz in the all-female pickup truck battle here. Taryn Monroe with the 97 Chevy pickup, Sophia in the F250 diesel pickup over there in the right lane. Taryn dialed in with an 1137, Sophia with a 937. Taryn would like to give a big shout-out to A&M Marketing Group. And I can imagine that Sophia would probably like to give a big shout out to her dad, which without him would not be possible. So Taryn turning on the red light, unfortunately going 010 red, going to hand the win over to Sophia. Sophia was 081 on the tree, went 949 on the 937. Sophia Getz going to move into the semifinals of Junior Street, where she will face off against Cash in the 86 Mustang. Cash got a nice little buy run here, so gets to get some data, take a shot at the tree here, and decide what he wants to do. So your pairings for semifinals of Junior Street will be Cash versus Sophia Getz and Josh Klosky versus Shelby McNeil. So Cash going 1139 on the 1133 was 151 on the tree. That's going to move us into our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Thunder category. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro category. We're going to call you down to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Marcy, I'm kind of announcing right now, so I'll have to call you back in 2 seconds. So, Pro, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Please, National Tire Wholesale Pro, come on down. Sportsman, you are on a standby. So our first pair down the track here, Cadence taking on Wes Armstrong. Wes dialed in with a 943, Cadence with an 890. Fairly even off the start line, and Cadence is going to turn that on into a win light. 891 with a 4 on the 890. Wes going 948 with a 2 on the 943. So Wes was 151, Cadence was 187. Going to bring up our next pair here. Which is going to bring up our next pair here. Ashton Katnick in the left lane, dialed in with a 900, taking on Nate Green over there in the right lane with an 890 up on the board. So the winner of this pair here is going to face off against Cadence Rodrigue in the semifinals. We don't normally like to cheer for specific drivers up here, but Cadence has told me she's going to buy me Starbucks if she wins. So we're big Cadence fans up here right now. Because I'm a little thirsty. I wouldn't want to start. So Nate Green with a fantastic light goes 012 on the tree, 893 with a 6 on the 890. Ashton Katnick 905 with a 7 on the 90 was 075 on the tree. So Nate Green taking the win there, going to move on and face Cadence Rodrigue in the all Starbucks shootout. You know what that means, Nate. If you beat Cadence and you go on to win, you got to buy me Starbucks. Now we got the battle of the Hunters. Hunter Thompson taking on Hunter Gallant. Hunter Thompson with an 899 up on the board there. Hunter Gallant with an 893. And Hunter Thompson going to turn on the win light. I am all messed up. Hunter Thompson going to turn on the win light. 902 on the 899 was 080 on the tree. Hunter Gallant was 124, 892 with a 6 breaking out on the 893. So Hunter Thompson moving on into the semifinals where he will face off against Grayson Mass. Grayson got himself a nice little bye here into the semis. So Grayson's going to get a free hit at the tree here, as well as some data, and then he's going to move on into the semis, and where he'll face off against Hunter Thompson. Cadence Rodrigue and Nate Green will be on the other side of the bracket. Grayson going 091 on the tree was 905 with a 4 on the 907. Moving on into our junior lightning category, we've got Connor Jackson here taking on Bentley Johnson. Connor dialed in with a 795, Bentley with a 791 over there in the right lane. And Connor Jackson's going to move on to the next round, going 797 on the 795. Connor was 010 on the tree. Bentley Johnson, 801 with a 3 on the 791, was 071. So Connor Jackson going to move into the next round here where he actually gets a bye into the finals. So Connor got himself a nice little bye into the finals now. So McKenna Thompson going to come up here and make a pass. She's got herself a nice little bye into the semis here, where she will either face off against her sister April Bond or Adeline Duda, depending on the winner of that pairing. Well, what do you want? It is a nice little buy when you get a buy, okay? You want me to say, oh, it's a terrible buy? Oh, you got a terrible, nobody wants it buy? No, of course it's a nice little buy. Everybody wants the buy. So McKenna Thompson going 807 on the 801, was 043 on the tree. Moving on into the semifinals with her nice little buy there that she had. Just going to bring up our final pair in Junior Lightning, April Bond and Adeline Duda. April Bond dialed in with a 796. Adeline Duda also with a 796. This is going to be a drag race, folks. And April Bond going to take the win. April Bond goes 007 with a 6 to Adeline Duda's 007 with a 9. So twin 007 reaction times. April Bond goes 796 with an 8 on the 796. Adeline Duda 8-0 on the 796. So April Bond moving on into the next round where she will face off against her sister McKenna. And one of the two of them will move on into the finals where they'll face against Connor Jackson. Connor also taking out Nick Bond in the first round. So in a crazy world here, one of Nick's sisters is going to avenge his loss in the first round and take out Connor Jackson in the final round. We'll have to see what happens. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman, we need you down to the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman, we need you down to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Rad Torque System Super Pro, we're putting you on a standby. So in first round of eliminations here, we got John Tabak in the S10 pickup taking on Dell Northgraves. John dialed in with a 1057, Dell with a 1043. So Dell Northgraves taking the win there, going 1051 on the 1043. John having some issues, going 1074 on the 1057. John was 037 on the tree. John was 037 on the tree. Dell 034. Jeff Nyland with 1159, but it doesn't matter because Jeff turning on the red light. So Ray Bones are going to move on into the second round of our pro category here. Ray going 1068 with a 9 on the 1074. Next pair up, Brennan Piskacek in the left lane with a 1319. Facing off against Andy Klosky in the 70 Dodge. Andy dialed in with a 1117 over there. Andy Klosky getting the win, going 11-18 with a 2 on the 11-17, was 0-43 on the tree. Brandon was 0-39, but went 13-22 with a 6 on the 13-19. So Andy Klosky moving on into the second round, which will bring up Nathaniel Copeland in the Malibu, dialed in with a 12-59, taking on Steve Watkins over there in the Mustang, 2018 Ford Mustang out of Hillsboro, Oregon, dialed in with a 12-27. Extremely red, 424 red, so Steve Watkins also red, 001 red, but way less, so Steve Watkins getting the green light there, getting the win light, and moving on into the second round. Terry Hoogston's here in the left lane in the 66 Chevy 2, dialed in with a 1208, taking on Jeff Lefebvre. in the Camaro over there in the right lane. Jeff dialed in with a 11:48. And Terry winning the double breakout, going a 12:07 with a 9 on the 12:08, was 0:10 on the tree. Jeff 11:42 with a 6 on the 11:48, was 0:44 on the tree. So Terry going to move into the second round. Fortunately, Jeff going to be packing up and heading home. Let's bring up Ralph Ehlers here in the 91 Mustang, taking on Dennis Winton in the 66 Bel Air over there. Dennis dialed in with a 10:49. Ralph with a 10:83. Dennis is going to move into the second round because Ralph turned on the red light, going 0:31 red. So Ralph not even giving himself a chance here with the red light. Dennis going to move on, which is going to bring up John McLean in the 69 Ford Falcon in the left lane, taking on Walter Johnson over there in the 72 Chevelle. Walter dialed in with an 11:18, John with an 11:11. Seems to be a bit of a parade of red lights here. John McLean going 0:44 red in that left lane, giving the win over to Walter Johnson. So Walter Johnson 11:19 with a 5 on the 11:18, moving into the second round. Just gonna bring up Mal Patterson in the wheel stand in 68 Acadian, known as the Malfunction, against Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo over there. Lorenz dialed in with a 10:27, Mal with a 10:23. Mal Patterson moving on, goes 10:30 with a 1 on the 10:23, was 0:14 on the tree. Lorenz was 10:38 with a 2 on the 10:27, was 0:54 on the tree. Now you are. Nick Douglas in the 23 Super B, going to be taking on Rob Getz in the 24 Ford F-150 over there. And Nick Douglas turns on the red light, goes double 06 red in the first round here of Sportsman, or Pro category, sorry. So Nick Douglas goes red, and Rob Getz going to move on into the final round, or into the second round of Pro. I'm a disaster up here right now. Sorry, folks. Rob Getz going 11:80 on the 11:96. Way too fast, but Nick was red, so it didn't matter. So Daryl Tippy getting a little bit of luck there, getting a comp single. His competitor, unfortunately, not able to get the car going there in the staging lane. So Daryl Tippy getting the win, going 1071 on the 1067. It's going to bring up Craig Johnson and Rob Monroe Jr. Craig dialed in with a 1057, Rob with a 1052. What should be a pretty good drag race here. As Craig Johnson moving on to the next round. Craig going 1059 with a 1 on the 1057, was 015 on the tree. Rob Monroe Jr. was 037, was 1053 with a 2 on the 1052. So Rob heading home, Craig moving on. It's going to bring up Matt Warner in the wheel stander there, taking on Steve Baskerville in the 22 Mustang. Matt Warner dialed in with a 1059. Steve Baskerville with a 1265. I have a feeling that Matt was expecting a bit of a warm track this weekend because he's got the bigger tires. So Matt getting the win, going 1083 on the 1059, was 044. Steve Baskerville was 256 on the tree, went 1300 on the 1265. Just going to bring up our next pair. Ross Walker over there in the 66 Chevy 2 in the right lane against Chris Stone here in the left lane in the 68 Dodge. Stone dialed in with a 1026. Ross Walker with a 1016. And Ross Walker knocking out Chris Stone. Ross Walker going 1019 with a 7 on the 1016. Ross was 002 on the tree. Chris Stone 057 was 1026 with an 8 on the 1026, but couldn't make up the ground at the end of the track there. So Ross Walker going to move on in the next round, which will bring up Haley Christensen and Daniel Piskacek.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, you're called to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you're called to the staging lanes. Standby call, motorcycles. TCS side of the racetrack, Haley's dialed in an 1198. Lordco's side, Daniel's dialed in a 1448. And Haley going 004 red. Advancing Daniel, Mr. Chuck, to the next round. He'll go through the top end with a 1447 at 96 miles per hour to Haley's losing effort of a 12 flat at 111 miles per hour. Stormy Newcomb over here in TCS lane, 99 Chevy S10, sponsored by Arco Machining, Pavey Hill Machines, and SBB Racing. He's dialed at 1296. Lord goes out of the racetrack. 16. Again, the win at the top end. It's going to be Joel Smith. Goes through with a 1513 at 90 miles per hour. The losing effort for Stormy of a 1292 at 99 miles per hour. Bill Wells out of Mission City, British Columbia, Canada, 79 Chevy Malibu, tower side of the racetrack. Sponsored by TNT Auto Parts, down in 1163. Going up against Travis Freeze out of Abbotsford. Sponsored by Buick Racing Engines, Excavating and Skyhawk Services. He's down to 1585. Getting the win up at the top end, it's going to be Bill Wells, an 1172, 108 miles an hour, to Travis's 1574 at 90 miles an hour. Tower side of the racetrack, 67 Falcon of Mitch. Style the 14 flat, going up against Eric Hansen. The 68 Dodge, he's dialed at 1232. Lordco side of the racetrack. Good side-by-side battle the whole way down the racetrack. Getting to the top end first, it's going to be the Lordco Lane. Goes through with a 1267, 94 miles an hour to a 1437, 93 miles an hour. Tower side. Jim Banky, the 73 Scamp. He's dialed a 1523 in the TCS lane. Lordco side of the racetrack. Darren Martin out of New West with the 05 Sierra. Down to 1770. Tower side, Jim Banky goes 0-1-1-1 red. So Darren advances to the next round. Goes through with a 1752, 78 miles an hour. Jim goes through with a 1517 at 89 miles an hour. Kevin McCauley out of Maple Ridge, the 81 Malibu Wagons, down to 1258. He goes Cuddy. Eric stops the timers with an 1164 at 113 miles per hour. Sylvia Hookstons out of Maple Ridge, 66 Ford Mustang. She's dialed at 1225, going up against Veronica Hodson from Mission City. That 69 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Lordco. She's dialed at 1199. See how this one plays out? Guarantee you one thing, it's going to be a lady that wins the race. And the Lordco Lane gets there first with a 1202 at 108 miles an hour to Sylvia's 1223 at 104 miles an hour. Breaking up. Jessica Armstrong and Zachary Williamson. Zachary with the 64 Falcon, called the ground pounder. He's down to 1540. Jessica's down to 1335. And Jessica gets the win with a 1352 at 90 miles an hour to a 1607 at 86 miles an hour. She had a 007 reaction time. Bruce Sturts with the 02 Ram. Tower side of the racetrack, going up against Roland Lowen, the 55 Meteor. He's dialed a 1301. Bruce is dialed a 1627 in the TCS lane. Side by side at the finish line, getting the win will be the TCS lane. Goes through with a 1632 at 83 miles per hour to a losing 1319, 99 miles an hour for Roland, Lordco side. Rob Getz out of Kamloops, 24 Ford F-150. Tower size, dialed 1196. Lordco side of the racetrack, Brennan Pistachuk, 1994, 1999. He's dialed at 1324. Getting the win, it's going to be the Lordco Lane. Goes through with a 1330, 100 miles an hour to the tower sides, 1194 at 100.83 miles per hour. Steve Watkins with the 18 Ford Mustang over to Lordco Lane. He's dialed at 1223. Going up against the pickup truck, tower side of the racetrack, who's dialed 1162. Getting the win up at the top end, it's going to be the Lordco Lane. Goes through with a 1263 at 92 miles per hour to the tower sides, losing 994. 1195 at 111 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville with a 22 Mustang, tower side, dialed 1275. Lordco side, Nick Douglas, 23 Super B, 1254. And getting the win is Nick Douglas. He had a 059 reaction time, goes through the 1262, 103 miles an hour to Steve's 1282 at 109 miles an hour. Kaylin Bollinger out of Coquitlam, 73 Chevrolet Nova, celebrating her 30th birthday this weekend. 2006 Junior Rookie of the Year. Great to have her back. She gets the single, advancing to the next round. She dialed in a 1382. She goes through the top end with a 1379 at 96 miles per hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle. We're going to get you down to lane 6. I don't want to open the window for you. Unless you got something good for me. Starbucks. Ice cream. Donuts. You get one out of the 2 windows. Okay, I'll open up the second one. I lied. First round of eliminations, bringing up Kevin McNichol and Jason Gibson. And Jason Gibson taking out Kevin McNichol. Jason Gibson moving on to round 2 here. Going 977 on the 976. He was 023 on the tree. McNichol was 021, but was 1019 with an 8 on the 1017. That'll bring up our next pair, John Jenkins in the 88 S10 pickup, dialed in with a 1062 against Jan Christensen over there in the dragster. Jan trying to do his best nitro-injected dragster impersonation with that hat on the top there. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, we need you to the staging lanes to be laddered, please. Hot Rod to the rear staging lanes to be laddered. And stand by junior dragsters, junior street, stand by junior classes. Christensen chasing him down and getting the win light, going 7:24 with a 7 on the 7:25, winning the double breakout. John was 10:56 with a 5 on the 10:62. So Jan Christensen moving into the next round here. Going to bring up Emily Gerard in the 2002 Undercover Dragster, facing off against John Tabak in the little S10 pickup over there. Emily dialed in with a 750 flat, John with a 1057. Gerard going 003 red. Emily turning on the red light with a 003, which is going to hand the win over to John Tabak. John Tabak going 1052 with it on the 1057. Going to get the win light and move on into the next round here, which will bring up Dave Stobie and Adam DeYoung. Adam dialed in with a 843 and Dave with a 1068. Dave driving that 56 Corvette. Adam in the old 67 Camaro over there. Adam DeYoung going to move on into the next round. Was 019 on the tree, 852 with a 3 on the 843. Dave Stobie was 188, went 1092 on the 1068. So Adam going to move into round 2 of our Super Pro eliminations. This is going to bring up Scott Robinson in the 94 Beretta taking on Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. Scott dialed in with a 773 and Martin with a 1031. So Martin Rochelle taking the win here in round 1, going 1031 with an 8 on the 1031. Was 032 on the tree. Scott Robinson going 775 on the 773 was 042. So Martin Rochelle getting the win light there. Moving on into round 2. Going to bring up Dan Parsons in the Duster, taking on Mike Robinson over there in the little Roadster. With a 1091. So Mike gonna have some ground to make up here, and Dan Parsons gonna take the win. Dan Parsons was 004 on the tree, 1095 with an 8 on the 1091. Mike Robinson 931 with an 8 on the 925, but was 051 on the tree. So Dan Parsons gonna move forward. We got Brad Vingy, who was our electronics winner last night in the 68 Chev Camaro for B&C Racing, dialed in with a 1025. Taking on Emma Debris Coos in the dragster over there with an 850 up on the board. Brad Vinci was 0-10 on the tree, but went 10.33 with a 7 on the 10.25. So Emma Debris Koo is going 8.50 with a 6 on the 8.50. Going to take the win light there and move on into the next round. Just going to bring up Jeremy Soares in the dragster, dialed in with a 7.35, taking on Craig Johnson over there in the wagon with a 10.56. Chase down Craig. Going to be a drastic difference in mile per hour at the finish line. And Jeremy Soares going to take the win here in round 1, going 7.34 with a 6 on the 7.35. Double breakout winning it. Craig was 10.54 with a 2 on the 10.56. Jeremy Soares doing 180 mile per hour at the finish line. Craig only 118. So 62 mile per hour of difference there at the finish line between these two. Pretty hard to play the top end game when you've got that much of a speed difference. So that's going to bring up Shaylin Svedek in the 70 front engine dragster here. Dialed in with a 9.46 against Colton Morin with a 7.99. Shaylin would like to give a big thanks to Titanium, Derek and Kim, Innovative Manufacturing. Colton going to get the win light, going 8.05 on the 7.99. Colton was 0.32 on the tree. Shaylin 9.57 on the 9.46 was 2.87. So Colton going to move into the second round of Super Pro. We're just going to bring up Brad Powell here in the left lane in the Chevelle, taking on Greg Dowdy over there in the dragster. Brad dialed in with a 8.52. Greg with a 7.97. Brad Powell putting up a double 07 there on Greg Dowdy. Greg Dowdy was 0.51. Brad went 8.52 with an 8 on the 8.52. Greg with a 7.99 on the 7.97. So Brad Powell going to take the win light there and move on into round 2. Bringing up Jeevan Brar in the left lane, dialed in with a 10.83 against Daryl Tippy in the right lane with a 10.68. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stay tuned, Auto Repair Junior classes. Stay tuned, Auto Repair Junior classes. We need you to the stage lanes. That would be Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Please make your way down to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. And Jeevan having some issues there. Jeevan was 001 on the tree to Daryl's 007, so a fantastic start to the race for both drivers, but only a good one to the end of the race for one driver. So Daryl Tippy getting the win light, 11.05 on the 10.68. Realizing his dance partner was not there with him at the end of the track, made the smart decision to just get out of it and don't even take the chance of breaking out. So Daryl Tippy's going to move into the next round. We're going to get Warren Jacobson in the 67 Chevy 2 against Andy Hatton in the 69 Camaro. Andy Hatton dialed in with a 840, Warren with a 1091. So Warren Jacobson going to take the win there, going 1092 with a 7 on the 1091. Warren was 010 on the tree. Andy was 060. Andy going 1068 at 840. So Andy having some issues there down track. And just cruising on down through the finish line. Warren taking the green light there and going to move on into the next round, which is going to bring up our final pair of Super Pro cars. Stefan Robert in the Evo Bucket. Red Schwartz in the Monte Carlo over there. And Stefan going to take the win, going 910 on the 907. Was 025 on the tree. Lorenz, a 1023 on the 1026, breaking out, trying to catch him down there, trying to catch him at the end of the track. So Stefan going to get the win and move on to round 2 of our Super Pro, which is going to take us into our second round of eliminations for motorcycle. It's going to bring up Wild Bill McDonald and Anna Donaldson. Anna dialed in with a 1146. Mr. Wild Bill with a 910. So Wild Bill going to take the win there, going 914 with a 9 on the 910. Bill was 029 on the tree, and Anna 1167 on the 1146 was 095. So Bill moving on into the final round. Also our winner of the first race, so going to get a chance here to go back-to-back and win both races. He will face off at either against Jody Brickwood or Tom Turan. So Jody in the left lane here, dialed in with a 937. Tom with a 866 in the right lane. Hey, attention in the pits out there. National Tire Wholesale Pro, you guys are on standby. You're on standby. So Tom Turan going to be Wild Bill's dance partner in the final round. Tom Turan going 888 on the 866. Jody Brickwood was a 960 on the 937. So Tom Turan going to move into the final round where he will face off against Wild Bill McDonald for the motorcycle race number 2 champion. Moving into Hot Rod, we've got Sylvia Hoogstens in the 66 Ford Mustang dialed in with a 1224 against Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian over there. Rob dialed in with a 1053. Rob Monroe Jr. moving on to the next round, going 1054 with a 4. On the 1053, Rob was 036 on the tree. Sylvia was 119, went 1222, breaking out on the 1224 dial. So Rob going to move into the final round of our Old Car Center Hot Rod category, where he will face against Roland Lowen, who's in the left lane here, or Rob Hodgson in the right lane, depending on who wins. Rob dialed in with a 1075, Roland with a 1305. Secretly cheering for Rob Hodgson so we can have an all-Rob final in Hot Rod. We do love the Hot Rod Robs. Oh, and I jinxed him. I must have jinxed him. Sorry, Rob. Either way, Roland Lowen, moving on, going 1305 with the 8 on the 1305, was 023 on the tree, putting together a nice little package there, and moving into the final round where he will face off against Rob Monroe Jr. So Rob Hodgson not going to be able to avenge his Hot Rob title from previous races. He's going to have to leave Rob Monroe Jr. to carry on the torch of the Hot Rod Rob. Which is going to move us into Junior Street here. Josh Klosky in the 90 S10 Blazer, dialed in with a 912, and Shelby McNeil over there in the 2010 Nissan with a 998 up on the board. Josh Klosky taking out Shelby McNeil, going 922 on the 912. Shelby was 997, breaking out on the 998. So Josh Klosky going to move into the finals of our Junior Street category, where he will face off either against Cash in the 86 Mustang or Sophia Getz in the F250. Sophia dialed in with a 942 and Cash with an 1136. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro. National Tire Wholesale Pro. We need you to the staging lanes. That's right. National Tire Wholesale Pro. You are coming on down to the staging lanes for second round of eliminations. And Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we're putting you on a standby. So Cash taking the win there on the double breakout. Oh, no, sorry, wrong. I got to stop making the call before I look at the screen fully. Sophia Getz turning the red light on, going 019 red. So Cash getting the win, 1135 with a 1 on the 1136. Cash is going to face off against Josh Klosky in our Junior Street Finals. So with that, we will move into the Junior Thunder category, where we will have Nate Green in the left lane, dialed in with an 890, facing off against Cadence Rodriguez in the right lane with an 890. Will Cadence pull off the win and make us all very happy with Starbucks in the tower? Because I've now changed it. No longer do you have to buy just me Starbucks. You got to buy the whole tower Starbucks now, Cadence. You already agreed to it. You don't even know you did, but you did. Cadence Rodriguez carrying on the Starbucks torch. Love to see it. 891 on the 890. She is dialed in on the 891s, running 3 891s in a row here. Taking the win light. Nate Green breaking out, going 889 with a 3 on the 890. Nate was 037 on the tree. Cadence 108. So Cadence going to move into the final round of Junior Thunder, where she will either face Hunter Thompson or Grayson Mass. So Hunter in the left lane here, dialed in with a 902, and Grayson Mass in the right lane with a 904. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro. You should be on the way down to your staging lanes for second round of eliminations. And Grayson Mass going to take the win, going 911 on the 904, was 146 on the tree. Hunter Thompson, 907 on the 902, was 212 on the tree. So Grayson going to move into the final round, where he will face off against Cadence Rodrigue for the Junior Thunder trophy for today, which is going to take us into Junior Lightning now, where we got the all-sister showdown here. McKenna Thompson taking on April Bond. One of the two of them going to get to move into the final round and face off against Connor Jackson. So McKenna dialed in with a 805 and April with a 795. And it's going to be McKenna Thompson moving on into the final round. McKenna going 805 with a 7 on the 805. April was 795 with a 6 on the 795. But April 080 on the tree, McKenna 055. So that's where the difference was there. McKenna Thompson winning it on the starting line. Well, not really winning it at the stripe, but winning it with the advantage on the starting line. And she's going to move into the final round and face off against Connor Jackson, who has a bye here. So Connor Jackson going to get a free run, dialed in with a 793. Or as I like to call it, a nice little bye. So McKenna Thompson going to do the best she can to try and avenge the loss of her brother Nick Bond earlier today against Connor Jackson. So Connor Jackson taking out Nick Bond in the first round. So McKenna now going to try and take out Connor Jackson in the final round, do her brother a favor. So Connor Jackson going 792 with an 8 on the 793, was 084 on the tree. So the only downfall, I think, to our time slip app here at the track is that everybody looks like they're very addicted to their phones, because the second the car goes through the stripe, everybody looks down at their phone waiting for the time slip to show up. So if you didn't actually know what they were looking at, you'd be like, man, these people have a problem. They can't get off their phones. No, it's because we have a time slip app. So they're looking to see what the time slip was. That's all it is. Well, attention in the pits out there. A bit of an update for anybody that might be traveling Highway 1 through Boston Bar to get home. I don't recommend it. Emil Anderson has tweeted out that BC Highway 1 is closed in both directions in Boston Bar due to a vehicle incident. Expect delays. So if you can, try and reroute yourself and take a different route, because I'm sure that it might be delayed for a little bit. It does say there'll be an update at 7 p.m. So take a look before you head out on the road and make sure that you're going to be able to get home and not stuck in traffic. So with that, we're going to move into our second round of pro eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes, please. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, make your way down to the staging lanes. And we're going to put Rad Torque System Super Pro on a standby. Our first pair up here are going to be Steve Watkins in the 2018 Ford Mustang, taking on Dell Northgraves over there in the Nova. Steve Watkins didn't really probably need the help because he went 004, but Dell Northgrave's going very, very red. So Steve Watkins going to get the win light and move on into the third round of our pro eliminations. Steve Watkins 1240 on the 1237. Dell Northgraves was 1236 on the 1048. Definitely got out of it there and just kind of cruised down track. He was red by 235. So our next pair up, Andy Klosky in the 70 Dodge, dialed in with a 1116, taking on Mal Patterson over there in the 68 Acadian with a 1023 up on the board. So just a few seconds here while we tow Mr. Northgraves off the track. He had a bit of an issue there and he's stopped on traffic, so we're just getting him off. And then we will be moving back into our round 2 of pro eliminations.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, please make your way to lanes. Super Pro to the lanes.
We are back. Track is clear. We're ready to send some cars down. We got Ross Walker here in the left lane in the Chevy 2, dialed in with a 1016, taking on Dennis Winton over there in the Bel Air with a 1045. Ross Walker going to turn on the win light there at the end of the track, going 10-18 with an 8 on the 10-16, was 0-20 on the tree. Dennis Winton breaking out with a 10-40 on the 10-45. So Ross Walker going to move on into round 3 of eliminations. Going to bring up Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2 against Walter Johnson in the Chevelle. Daryl dialed in with a 10-67, Walter with a 11-18. It would appear so that Daryl Tippy is having himself a day, even when he's having an issue. So Daryl Tippy goes 0-0-1, but then obviously has an issue down track and goes 12-10 on the 1067. Walter Johnson, however, doesn't notice that Daryl Tippy's not there beside him and breaks out with an 11-16 on the 11-18. So Daryl Tippy going to get the win light, move on into the next round of Super Pro. Still our Pro category. Not Super Pro. I am making mistakes here. Rob Getz and Matt Warner. And Matt Warner is going to get the win light, going 10-64 on the 10-58. Matt Warner was 0-06 on the tree. He's going to get the win light and move on into the next round, which will be our last pair of Pro cars, because we got one single in the water box. It will be Ray Bowinger in the 63 Pontiac against Craig Johnson in the wagon over there. Ray dialed in with a 1068, Craig with a 1056. Ray Bowinger turning on the red light, going 007 red. Craig Johnson 007 green. Gonna get the win light and move on into round 3 here. To bring up our final National Tire Wholesale Pro car, which is Terry Hoogston's here in the Chevy 2, dialed in with a 1208. Looks like Craig Johnson lost a belt over there. Alan Johnson kind of looking at that belt like, wonder if I could hula hoop with this thing. Might be a little bit small. Maybe I'll wear it as a necklace. We'll just put it back on the car and make sure it works still. So Terry, 046 on the tree, making his way down track on his bye run. Is going to go 1206 with a 6 on the 1208, which is going to bring up a test pass here for Jay Severson in the Pro Mod. Hopefully Jay can make a bit of a better pass here. He hasn't really made a great hit off the starting line yet, so still working out all the kinks and all the little things that you got to do with a brand new car. Just finished building this car a couple weeks back, I believe, and got it out to the track. He was supposed to have it at Door Wars, but just couldn't make it work, and he's out here now a couple weeks later doing some testing. I'm sure we'll see the car back out at Smokefire Thunder, would be my guess. Jay's car hitting the tire way too hard, getting out of it fairly quickly there, and getting back on the throttle, but getting back off throttle and just cruising on down track. That is going to move us into our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category, where we'll see the battle of the Erics. We got Eric Hansen in the left lane in the Dodge, dialed in with a 1232, taking on Eric Brittain over there in the Money Cuddy, which he borrowed from Mr. Craig Johnson for this weekend. So Eric Brittain dialed in with a 1163, Eric Hansen with a 1232. And Eric Brittain going to get the win light, going 1165 on the 1163, was 077 on the tree. Eric Hansen with the better reaction time was 012, but going 1243 on the 1232. So Eric Brittain going to move on into the next round. It's going to bring up Darren Martin in the 2005 Sierra and Joel Smith over there in the 2007 Chev pickup. The battle of the mid-2000s GM pickups. One is a GMC, one is a Chevrolet. A little bit different front ends. One is a regular cab, one is a quad cab. Hey, Darren, if you watch this and you ever want to sell that truck, let me know. Would love to buy it. Oh, I love quad cab Chevys, especially lowered ones. No, it's not the rims look good on it, but no, it's the two-wheel drive quad cab Chevy. It does something to me, so I would love to pick up one if I ever had the chance. It's going to bring up Kaylin Bowinger in the left lane in the 73 Chevy Nova. Celebrated her 30th birthday this weekend. Kaylin, it's been a while since we've had her out here at the track. She was our 2006 Junior Rookie of the Year here at Mission. Used to race quite regularly in her younger years. Is now back out here this weekend, making some laps and doing pretty good while she's at it. Taking on Bruce Sturts over there in the 2002 Ram. And Kaylin going to move on into the next round, going 1379 on the 1379, was 078 on the tree. So nice little pass for Kaylin. She's going to move into round 3 of eliminations, which will bring up Daniel Piskacek in the 88 Mustang. Daniel dialed in with a 1448, taking on Bill Wells in the Malibu over there with a 1169 on the board. So Bill Wells turning on the win light, going 1183 on the 1169, was 027 on the tree, taking out Daniel Piskacek, who was 1456 on the 1448, but was 154 on the tree. Going to bring up our next pair here, Brandon Piskacek in the 90 Ford Mustang against Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge Dart. Veronica dialed in with a 1199, Brandon with a 1324. And Brandon going to turn on the win light, going 1324 with a 0 on the 1324, was 061 on the tree. Veronica 1213 on the 1199. So Brandon going to move on into round 3. Just bringing up our next pair here, Steve Watkins in the Mustang against Nick Douglas in the Super B over there. Steve Watkins dialed in with a 1252, Nick with a 1258. Steve Watkins turning on the win light against Nick Douglas. Steve Watkins going 12:41 on the double breakout there. Kind of a weird one. 12:41 on the 12:52, and Nick Douglas 12:45 on the 12:58. So Steve was 0:37 on the tree. Nick was 0:87. And that's going to leave Jessica Armstrong with the bye as our final sportsman car here. Jessica, part of the big dog crew, as she says, going rounds. 0:75 off the tree here. She's going to cross the finish line at 13:38 on the 13:35. That's going to take us into our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro category. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call down Mountain View Motorcycle for your final round, as well as Old Car Center Hot Rod. You can make your way down for the final round too. And we're going to put the junior finals on a standby. We're going to be calling you shortly here. So Motorcycle, you can make your way down, please, to the staging lanes, as well as Hot Rod. You can come on down for your final round too. So here in our Super Pro, against Jeremy Soares in the other dragster over there with a 734. And Jeremy Soares is going to take the win light, going 736 on the 734, was 032 on the tree. Emma breaking out, going 848 with a 2 on the 850. So Jeremy going to move on into the next round of eliminations, which will have Jan Christensen here in the dragster against Jason Gibson in the Mustang. Jason dialed in with a 976, Jan with a 724. Jan Christensen going red by only 2,002 red. So Jason Gibson going to move on to the next round, getting the win with a 976 with a 2 on the 976. Jason was 036 on the tree. See Brad Powell taking on Colton Morin here. Brad Powell dialed in with a 852. Colton Morin with a 799. Taking absolutely no mercy here on Colton Moore, and Brad Powell going 003 on the tree, 852 with a 3 on the 852. Colton Moore breaking out, going 797 on the 799. So Brad Powell going to move on into the next round of eliminations. Colton Moore packing up and going home. Al oddly excited on the starting line. Worst father of the year, if you ask me. Yeah, I think Al just wants to go home. He's got to work at 3 in the morning. So John Tabak up here in the S10 pickup, dialed in with a 1053 against Warren Jacobson with a 1090 Super Street Index there. The double breakout, Warren Jacobson getting the win, going 1089 with a 7 on the 1090. John Tabak was 1050 with the 7 on the 1053. So John Tabak going to be heading home, and Warren Jacobson moving on to the next round. Hey, Al Morin, you're a terrible person cheering when your son lost. How could you do that? Adam DeYoung here in the left lane against Stefan Robert over there in the right lane. Adam dialed in with a 841. 908. It's a bit of a starting line advantage here to one of the drivers, and he is not going to turn that into a win light. Adam DeJong was 0-12 on the tree, but breaking out with an 839 with a 9 on the 841, and Stefan going 909 on the 908 was 046 on the tree. So Stefan moving on into the next round here, which is going to bring up Daryl Tippy and Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle dialed in with a 1028, Daryl Tippy with a 1080. Oh, we got a bit of a delay here. Looks like Daryl Tippy moving over off the track. Hopefully no fluid there would be optimal. Having some issues. He did have some issues on his last pass, but managed to get the win light, so he moved over there and doing the right thing. If you don't think something's right, get off the racing surface as quick as you can. There is fluid, unfortunately. So Martin Rochelle taking the win there, 1057 on the 1028, was 023 on the tree. Daryl was 010, but Daryl having some issues. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for our junior category finals. That's our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning finals. You guys can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Looks like the issues with Mr. Darrell Tippy's car down there are not bad, so that's good. It just is dropping a little bit of water, so we're going to get the car off the track and get the water dried up, and we'll be right back at it. So shouldn't take too long here to get it going. Hey, National Tire Wholesale Pro, you guys are going to be on a standby. Pro, you're on a standby. And you guys are on a ladder this round, so be prepared to get laddered when you come on down. Looks like the car's clearing off the top end of the track. Safety's getting back into position, and we're going to be ready to roll in about 30 seconds here would be my guess. So we have made the call for the junior categories. Junior categories, you should be on your way down to the staging lanes for your final rounds. Pro, you guys are on a standby. You're on a ladder. Sportsman, you're also on a ladder. And Super Pro, you will be on a ladder once we finish this last car here. So we're just waiting for Mr. Dan Parsons to make his run here of this round of eliminations. Has the bye, and once he does that, we can get the ladder figured out for Super Pro. And we can move on into our next round of eliminations in a little bit here. So Dan Parsons with a 1092 up there on the board, going 1095 with a 1, was 033 on the tree. That's going to move us into our Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle final round, which is going to bring up Wild Bill McDonald here in the left lane and Tom Tarand over there in the right lane. So Mr. Wild Bill McDonald dialed in with a 908. Tom Tarand with an 862 over there in the Lordco lane. Bill McDonald trying to double down today, take both wins in both races, winning our first motorcycle race. We'll see if he can do it and get the win in both of them here. Mr. Wild Bill McDonald isn't going to do it because he turned on the red light. So Tom Tarand is going to get the win here in the final round of our motorcycle category, Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle. Tom Tarand going 862 with a 0 on the 862, was 042 on the tree. Wild Bill was 004 red, was 908 with a 3 on the 908. So if it weren't for the red light, that would have been one heck of a drag race. But congratulations, Mr. Tom Tran, on your win. We're just going to bring up Roland Lowen here in the left lane and Rob Monroe in the right lane in our hot rod final. So Rob Monroe going to try, do what he can here to carry on the hot rod Rob torch here. Roland dialed in with a 1305, Rob with a 1051. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro, please make your way down to the staging lanes. National Tire Wholesale Pro, make your way down to the staging lanes for laddering, please. That's right, Pro, get on down to the staging lanes to be laddered. And Rob Monroe takes the win, goes 1045 on the 1051 on the double breakout. Roland Lowen was 1299 on the 1305, and Rob Monroe Jr. was 1045 with a 7 on the 1051. Mr. Monroe going 031 on the tree, Roland 101 on the tree. So congratulations, Rob Monroe Jr. He is your Old Car Center Hot Rod winner of the day for race number 2. So this is going to be Cash in the 86 Mustang, taking on Josh Klosky in the 90 S10 Blazer over there. Cash dialed in with a 1132, Josh with a 912. So Cash looking like he had a few issues on the starting line there, and Josh Klosky going to take the win, going 993 on the 912, was 083 on the tree. So Josh Klosky, congratulations. You are our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street winner for race number 2. That is going to move us into our Junior Thunder final here. So in our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Thunder Final, we have Grayson Mass in the left lane with a 904 on the board. Cadence Rodrigue over there in the right lane with an 890 up on the board. So Grayson getting his first win in the junior category here last night in our Sunset Showdown series. Making it back to the final round again here. So Grayson doing quite well. Taking on Cadence Rodrigue over there. We're going to see who can take the win here. Cadence got a lot of Starbucks bet on this win. Grayson might have to force him into buying us Starbucks if he wins. Because that'll be 2 wins in less than a day, basically. And Grayson Mass doing it, taking the second win of the weekend, going 905 on the 904. Cadence Rodrigue was 890 with a 0 on the 890. She was 126 on the tree, and Grayson was 054. So our Junior Thunder final, going to have McKenna Thompson here in the left lane, dialed in with an 801 against Connor Jackson over there in the right lane. Connor with a 790 on the board. Connor Jackson goes red, 040 red on the tree. So Connor Jackson getting the win here in Junior Lightning, going 793 on the 790. He is our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Lightning winner for race number 2. Congratulations, Connor Jackson. Well, we got Pro in the back of the lanes there getting laddered up. So this is the time of the day where I'm going to basically tell you how this is going to go. We got 3 rounds of Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman left, and that's it. That's all. So the way it's going to work is that we are going to start a 15-minute timer. So when the last car in your class crosses the finish line, we're going to start a 15-minute timer. And that means that you got 15 minutes before you need to be back up here, 15 minutes to run your next round of eliminations. So if you don't make it back up in the 15 minutes, we are going to start the next round of eliminations without you. So you get 15 minutes in between rounds here. We're going to get rolling through this, get through this program, and get her done. Those are some mighty bright red shoes you got there, Veronica. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman category. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations, please. We're going to be moving into our Pro category. Sportsman, make your way down. You are on a ladder now. So Mal Patterson turning on the red light, and Craig Johnson going to move on into the next round, going 1050 on the 1055. But Mal was red, so it does not matter. That's going to bring up Terry Hoogstens and Matt Warner. So Terry Hoogstens dialed in with a 1208, Matt Warner with a 1057. Hey, attention down there in ET, or in the tech lanes land. Kaylin Bollinger, we need you down in the staging lanes. Kaylin Bollinger, we need... Oh, never mind. She's there. Ignore me. Willie needs to pay better attention. So Terry Hoogstens, unfortunately not moving on, going 1204, breaking out on the 1208. Matt Warner, 1056, breaking out as well, but winning the double breakout, going 10.56 on the 10.57. And Matt Warner is going to move into the next round where he will face off against himself because Daryl Tigney is broken. Not going to make it into the next round. So Matt Warner going to get a bye into the finals. And the winner here of Steve Watkins and Ross Walker, which is going to be Ross Walker, going 10.19 on the 10.17, was 0.31 on the tree. So it's going to be Ross Walker versus Craig Johnson here in the semifinals, next round of pro, where he will face off against, or where Matt Warner will face off against either Ross or Craig in the final round. So it looks like we got Sportsman back there in the back of the lanes, getting all set up and ready to come down for next round of eliminations. We're going to call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We're going to call Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. I just said Super Pro far too many times, but yes, Super Pro, we need you down to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. You are on a ladder. I got John Tabak bringing down a ladder for you right now, Willie. So Bill Wells going to get the single here in the Chevy Malibu. Dialed in with the 1169. Joel Smith absolutely knocking that tree down. Going 002 on the tree, winning the double breakout, going 15:08 on the 15:10. Jessica Armstrong trying to run him down, but wasn't able to, going 13:29 on the 13:36. So Joel Smith going to move on into the semifinals of our Sportsman, where he will either face off against Steve Watkins or Eric Bertain. We got Brandon Piskacek in the left lane here, dialed in with a 13:22, taking on Kalen Bowinger over there in the right lane with a 13:79. And Brandon gonna win, going 13:27 on the 13:22, taking the green light there. Kalen breaking out at the end of the track, going 13:77 with a 6 on the 13:79. So Brandon Piskacek moving on to the next round here, and Kalen unfortunately going home, but doing a fantastic job out here on her first weekend back in a long time racing. So great to see, and thanks for coming out. And happy 30th birthday. Unfortunately, heartbreaking 001 red light. So Steve Watkins is going to be going home. Eric Bertain moving on into the next round, where he will face against Joel Smith in the Money Cuddy. It will be Bill Wells versus Brendan Piskacek and Eric Bertain versus Joel Smith in the semifinals of Sportsman. We got our Super Pro finals, Super Pro semifinal, or sorry, Super Pro quarters back there in the staging lanes, getting all paired up and ready to go. So I kind of wondered, just from looking at Jeremy Soar's golf cart there, when he gets to the top end after he wins, does he just get out and he just looks at you and he goes, "You betcha"? That was my terrible dad joke for the day right there. I'm announcing, man. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro putting you guys on a standby. You got just over 5 minutes left here on the timer. So National Tire Wholesale Pro, you guys are on standby. If you're ready, I recommend just getting down to the staging lanes if you want to. But you guys are on standby. Come on down to the staging lanes. Anytime you're ready, we're going to call you very shortly here. So that's going to bring up Jeremy Soares here in the left lane, dialed in with the 735. Taking on Stefan Robert over there in the right lane with a 907. Jeremy Soares going 007 red. So Stefan Robert going to move on to the next round, 906 with a 6 on the 907, but going to get the win and go on into the semifinals of our Super Pro category. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro, we're going to make the first call for you guys. Pro, we need you down to the staging lanes. National Tire Wholesale Pro, we'll get you down to the staging lanes, please. It's going to bring up our next pair in Super Pro, Martin Rochelle with a 1026 up there, taking on Jason Gibson with a 975. And Martin Rochelle getting the win, going 1027 with a 0 on the 1026. Jason Gibson going 976 on the 975. Martin was 025 on the tree and Jason 034. So Martin Rochelle moves into the semifinals of Super Pro. We got the old Super Combo Showdown here. Dan Parsons taking on Warren Jacobson. And Warren Jacobson going to get the best of the two of them. Warren Jacobson going 1090 with a 4 on the 1090. Was 029 on the tree for the win. Dan Parsons 1091 breaking out on the 1093. So Warren moving into the semifinals where he will face off against his other Super Combo buddy, Martin Rochelle. And Brad Powell going to get the bye here into the next round where he will face off against Stefan Robert. So Brad Powell getting the bye. Hey, National Tire Wholesale Pro, your time is up. Better get down to the staging lanes. Otherwise, we're going to start running without you. So National Tire Wholesale Pro, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Ross Walker and Matt Warner. Ross Walker and Matt Warner, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Please make your way down. Sportsman, we're putting you on a standby. It appears as though we got Ross Walker. So Matt Warner, we are waiting on you here for our pro semifinals. Look at that. We got all our dance partners for pro. Fantastic. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman will get you down to the staging lanes. Looks like we got 2 of the 4 back there already. So Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, the rest of you can please make your way down. So we are going to be moving into our pro semifinals just shortly here, then our sportsman semifinals. So this is our National Tire Wholesale Pro semifinal. We got Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, dialed in with a 1018 against Craig Johnson over there in the wagon. Craig with a 1052. Just adjusting his mirror, rolling the window back up. And Craig Johnson's going to be moving on into the final round. Craig Johnson with a 1056 on the 1052, was 039 on the tree. 1016 for Ross Walker. Ross Walker breaking out on the 1018, went 1016 with a 9. 126 on the tree. So Craig Johnson's going to move into the final round where he will face off against Matt Warner. Matt Warner just breaking the beams here, doing the easy thing, not putting a bunch of wear and tear on his car when he doesn't need to. So he's going to back out, go back into the staging lanes, let her cool down, and be ready to go for the final in a bit here. Hey, attention in the pits. Rad Torque System Super Pro. We're just going to put you guys on a standby right now. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. So with that, we are moving into our sportsman semifinal, where we will have Eric Bertain in the money cutty taking on Joel Smith in the pickup. Joel dialed in with a 1507, Eric with a 1166 in the right lane there. Turning on that big red light, unfortunately. So Eric Bertain going to move on into the final round here. Eric going 1167 on the 1166, was 050 on the tree. Joel was 020 red, going 1512 with a 9 on the 1507. So Eric Bertain going to be one of our sportsman finalists. He will either face Brandon Piskacek or Bill Wells. We're going to find out very quickly here. Bill dialed in with a 1160 and Brennan with a 1322. So Brennan Piskacek getting the win there, going 13.22 on the 13.22, was 0.72 on the tree. Bill Wells with the starting line advantage with an 0.38, but went 11.67 on the 11.60. So Brennan's going to move on into the final round of Sportsman. He will face off against Eric Bertain in the Money Cuddy. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we're going to make the first call for you guys. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we're going to make the first call for you to the staging lanes. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we're going to make the second call for you. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, second call to the staging lanes here. Get you down to the staging lanes, please. Hey. Never mind. We got all the Super Pro people out there. This is what happens when Willie is not paying attention and tells me to call somebody. And then I'm about to make the call. Luckily, I look out the window and see they're actually there. So we got all our Super Pro cars back there in the staging lanes. They're going to be coming around the corner here any second for our Super Pro semifinals. It's going to be Warren Jacobson taking on his buddy Martin Rochelle in the Super Combo Showdown out there, we'll call it. And Stefan Robert against Brad Powell. See, we're very intuitive up here in the tower. As we've already noticed, well, I have not, but Guntis has already noticed that all four car numbers start with a 6. So he's already pre-filled out the final round of the ladder with a 6 in each box for the car number. So I can guarantee you that we're going to have 2 cars in the final round that start with a 6 on their car number, that's for sure. So Martin Rochelle dialed in with a 10.25 in the left lane. Warren Jacobson in the right lane there with a 10.90. Double 06 red. So Martin Rochelle going to move into the final round of our Super Pro category here. Martin going 10.30 on the 10.25. Warren was kind of just cruising at the end there because he knew he didn't have it. So turning on the red light, going 006 red. So Martin Rochelle going to move on into the final round where he will face off against either Brad Powell and or Stefan Robert. Brad Powell dialed in with a 8.49. Stefan with a 9.06. I have a feeling that Brad's pretty happy that he bought that Super Pro Tech card earlier today because he finished up in Door Slammer and then said, I'll join in for the second race of Super Pro. Here he is in the semifinals. 12:05 red. So Stefan Robert going to go to the second final round of the day in Super Pro today. Going to 2 final rounds today. Earlier today, he runnered up, so we'll see if he can avenge his loss in the first race and win the second race. It will be Stefan Robert versus Martin Rochelle in the final round of our Super Pro. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro and Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman will get you guys both down for your final rounds. National Tire Wholesale Pro and Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Please make your way down to the staging lanes as soon as you're ready here. Get down as quick as you can. We have got our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman Final rolling around under the bridge. Brennan Piskacek here in the left lane in the little Mustang, dialed in with a 1323, and Eric Bertain over there in the right lane with a 1166. And in a bit of a heartbreaking double breakout there, Eric Bertain taking the win. I shouldn't say heartbreaking because, well, I'm happy for anybody who wins, so awesome. But Brendan with a 005 on the tree, but breaks out with a 1319 on the 1323, and Eric Bertain going 1165 with a 6 on the 1166. So Eric Bertain getting the win in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman today. And I just want to say, holy crap, congratulations, Eric Bertain. You come out here, you borrow a car you've never driven before, and you come out and race it, and you take yourself all the way to the final round and win. So congratulations, Eric. That is fantastic. You are our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman winner for race number 2 here today, which leaves us with 2 final rounds. Our National Tire Wholesale Pro final round, which is coming right up, and our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final round, which will be up shortly as well, too. We're just giving them a few more minutes here as they ran about 9.5, 10 minutes ago, so we're giving them a little bit more time here before we call them down. So in our National Tire Wholesale Pro Final, we got Craig Johnson here in the left lane driving the wagon, dialed in with a 1051. Matt Warner over there in the wheel standing forward with a 1056 up on the board. And Matt Warner is going to take the win. Matt Warner going 1058 on the 1056. Craig Johnson must have had a little issue down at the end of the track there, going 1061 on the 1051, which is very unlikely of Craig Johnson. Craig going 003 on the tree. Matt Warner was 065. So kind of looking like Craig had it in the bag and then ended up not being able to get it done at the end of the track. So Matt Warner is your National Tire Wholesale Pro Champion here today for race number 2. Congratulations. We are now just waiting on our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Final, which We're going to make the first call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Yes, we are going to make the first call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro.